Alrighty, here we go. Turn that up. We're coming through loud and clear. Right on. Right on, right on, right on. How we doing tonight, folks? Everything good? Right on. Good to hear. Glad to hear Mom's trooping it up in there. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's get this show on the road.
Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host, Dan Bongino.
All right, welcome to the Dan Bongino Show. It will be an ensemble of liberal myth-busting today, a cornucopia of debunking liberal nonsense today. So much liberal nonsense came out over the weekend. I couldn't wait to get back on the air today. Producer Joe, how are you today with your mega high-speed new internet connection there? You doing all right?
Well, you see what it did to my hair, don't you? You know,
I know. I'm seeing Joe in a different light now. I'm seeing oil spots on his forehead. You're going to have to use one of those oil strips I have to use on Fox. Those, what are the clean and clear rubber-like plastic sheets that take the oil.
I call them squeegees. Yeah.
Squeegees. Oil squeegees. Oil squeegees on your face. I know. I am very greasy, too. But a great connection. We're pumping a lot of money into the studio, folks. Just before we get going, I have big news coming up about a couple of different things. My future. What's going on if you're interested. If not, I understand, but some of you may just be here for the content. And also some stuff Joe and I are putting together for you for the show that I think will be very eye-opening. You're going to love it. All right. I want to start out. I want to hit two things today. The myth of the 90% tax rate that is now due to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, far-left radical congresswoman from New York, and Julian Castro, who's now going to announce he's running for president, former Obama administration official, are now pumping 70, 60, 70, 90% tax rates. There are so many myths out there. I want to hit that. And I also want to hit a myth on that was on Chris Wallace's Fox show this weekend about the terrorists crossing the southern borders. This is important stuff. All right, today's show brought to you by our buddies at Teeter. I can't say enough about Teeter. I use it twice a day. Some products I use a lot. Some rates to confiscatory tax rates. It's moving away from government intervention in the healthcare system to government takeovers of the healthcare system. It's moving away from infringements on liberty to outright confiscations of your liberty. We can't ignore it. What's your I don't get the logic there. These ideas have to be challenged. I had to put that out there because I'm telling you, my life is content production for you. And this is a significant debate going on right now in conservative circles. If people like Ocasio-Cortez should just be ignored, do not ignore them. This ideology she's promoting of the government confiscation of your money, your health care, your liberty, and your freedom is pernicious and dangerous.
She's not the only one.
No, she's not the only one. That's why I mentioned Julian Castro.
Yeah.
And others who are now promoting confiscatory tax rates of upwards of 90%. Joe, cue up play the Ocasio-Cortez. This was her on 60 Minutes this weekend with Anderson Cooper in a rather lengthy interview they conducted with.
One of the criticisms of you is that your math is fuzzy. The Washington Post recently awarded you 4 Pinocchios.
Oh, my goodness.
For misstating some statistics about Pentagon spending.
If people want to really blow up one figure here or one word there, I would argue that they're missing the forest for the trees. I think that there's a lot of people more concerned about being precisely, factually, and semantically correct than about being morally right.
But being factually correct is important.
It's absolutely important. And whenever I make a mistake, I say, okay, this was clumsy. And then I restate what my point was. But it's not the same thing as the president lying about immigrants. It's not the same thing at all.
Okay, that's an outright lie. She does not restate her point and admit she's clumsy. She doesn't. She rarely does that. What she does is she claims the Republicans pounce, Joe. Republicans and conservatives are pouncing on her mistake, and she plays the victim card. That is not what she does. The mistake she made, she was awarded 4 Pinocchios by the Washington Post fact checker. The Washington Post, not the Washington Times. Woo. The liberal Washington Post awarded her 4 Pinocchios. The biggest lie designation possible was her assertion that there was nearly $21 trillion in Pentagon savings. It was so absurd. I'm having a tough time categorizing what she meant. That we could pay for government-controlled health care. The gist of her statement was by saving money from the Pentagon, there was upwards of $20 trillion or $21 trillion in savings. That figure is so ridiculous. The entire government budget for this year, last year, is only around $4 trillion. Where she came up with a $21 trillion, 7 times our annual budget figure, is so absurd and outrageous. And she does not correct them and say she's clumsy in the way she just stated it. She plays the victim card all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, she cannot be ignored. Now, I played that because there's another thing she said. She's like, well, all of you people out there focused on, the facts and the semantics and precision. No, precision matters, Ms. Cortez. Precision matters. You are now a lawmaker. You are a lawmaker with massive responsibilities. You earned your job. I'm not knocking that. I ran for Congress. Listen, folks, I lost. I fought hard. It sucks. It hurts every day. I'm sorry. I lost. I couldn't get it done. It was a massively Democratic seat. I did my best. We came within 1 point. I put my name on that line, knowing full well the consequences of a win or a loss. It was hard, but I'm proud of what I did. I'm proud of the effort I put in, but I didn't win. She managed to win against a very established lawmaker, and I mean it. For that, she has my respect. It's hard to do. But she does not have my respect for stating illogical things and then claiming victim status and then lying about how I just claim I'm clumsy sometimes. That is not what you do.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
That's right. Nothing is happening. Connections aren't made. Neurons are not connecting here. Saying some nonsense like, facts and stuff. It's the general point about it. She sums up the entire essence of liberalism in one absurd, outrageous statement. This is liberalism, Joe. This is why I wanted to play this cut.
Yes, sir.
I sent it to Joe yesterday. Liberalism, don't worry, folks. This liberalism in one statement by Ms. Cortez. Don't worry about the facts. It's just the general point and the emotions around it that matter. No, it's not. The facts do matter. We are limited in a national economy dictated by tax flows and tax revenues. We are limited, by actual facts like the amount of money coming in, the amount of debt going out, by facts like what the interest rate is going to be, facts like what the volume of money coming into the government is going to be on any given cycle to finance programs you want to support. This stuff matters. It's not about emotion. Now, I bring this up because in the same interview, she's been proposing, and Julian Castro upped this game. You see, folks, we're in a dangerous spot right now. This is why it's a debunkathon. The left in this presidential 2020 election, we now seen Elizabeth Warren come out and announce Julian Castro, who is an Obama cabinet level official, is now, he was a former Texas elected, I believe he was a mayor somewhere. They are going to come out now, and they are going to start announcing, and what's going to happen is, Joe, you're going to see this race to the liberal bottom. You're going to see them all trying to out-radical each other for the votes of progressive liberal base voters in a primary. You're going to see one person like Ocasio-Cortez in this interview with Anderson Cooper, who proposes a 70% marginal tax rate. Julian Castro comes out, one-ups her, Joe. Well, what about a 90% tax rate? The Democrats are in a race to the bottom. They know liberal voters are upset. They know the whole entire liberal movement has been taken over by radicalism. They are now lobbying for economic confiscation and basically at a 90% tax rate, at a certain marginal tax rate, government control of your money, where you keep 10% and the government takes 90%. Folks, here's their argument. Remember what I told you about how liberals work. One of the best things you can do, and one of the reasons I really, listen, I get it. Some of you may not you know, may think there's some kind of vested interest in me saying this outside. This is not. This is from my heart. One of the reasons I've always appreciated the opportunity to debate on Fox, because I read your feedback. A lot of you love it. I'd say 90% of the emails about my debates on Judge Jeanine with Chris Hahn, my debates on The Five with Marie Harf, 90% of the emails are positive. 10% of them, not so much. They say, listen, Dan, I like your stuff, but I don't want to, I can't tolerate the liberal side of it. Folks, I'm telling you, listen to me, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. It's the best thing Fox does. Why? Why does it matter to you? Because, folks, these debates, yes, Joe, he's pointing to his melon, his noggin. These debates are not going to go away. You, as conservatives, libertarians, Republicans, and even moderate Democrats who listen to the show are smart. I know you're smart. I read your emails. They're brilliant. I'm brilliant. I'm not kidding. I wish you would allow me to post some of my post email of the week, and you all, I'd put it on my website, and you all can read it and be like, darn, that's a smart audience. You guys and ladies out there are brilliant. But the reason you're brilliant is because you're conservatives and you've been subjected to media, academic, and liberal propaganda for so long. You've been forced to discover the facts and the data on your own in this. You become very erudite and educated just by fighting back against a nonstop onslaught of liberal propaganda. Liberals don't have to do that. Liberals are bathed in it. It's the de facto default position in Hollywood and academia and in the media. There's nothing to fight back against. It's considered the default status of truth. You have had to educate yourself to find out that it is in fact not true. It's made you sharp. It's made you frosty. It's made you intellectually sound in a debate. Having these liberals come on these shows, The Five and these other shows, Judge Jeanine, where I debate on, is a brilliant move because it exposes you to their focus group tested talking points and forces you to think this stuff through. That way, when you encounter it in your political life, your activist life, or you encounter your neighbors who can be convinced that they're on the wrong side of the ideological spectrum, your liberal neighbors, you are already prepared with the mental ammunition you need to go to battle in a debate with them. That's the purpose of this show. Now, I bring this up because this race to the bottom is going to be dictated now to justify this increasing call for higher tax rates. Ocasio-Cortez's call for a 60-70% marginal rate and Castro's call for a 90% rate is going to be dictated by nonsense liberal talking points, which, listen to me, they are all going to share. And the talking point out there now is, well, the economy didn't do so bad in the 50s and 60s when we had a 90% tax rate, so why shouldn't we do it again now? Folks, please. This is a garbage, nonsense talking point. Resident fact checker and debunker Matt Palumbo was kind enough to put together a pretty exhaustive yet short piece at the same that's loaded with facts in a short format on my website, debunking the myth that the 90% tax rate against the rich was the genesis of our economic success in the 50s and 60s. The piece is up at Bongino.com. The piece is also in my show notes, leading the pack. Please subscribe to my email list. I will send it to you. I will hit some of the important points here and right now so you have what you need to fight back against your liberal friends. This is, just search Twitter, search social media. This is going to be their argument, that a 90% tax rate was good for the economy in the 50s and 60s. Point number one, debunking this nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, stated and posted tax rates are largely irrelevant. Effective tax rates matter. What's the difference? Just because a tax rate is 90%, a posted nominal tax rate, does not mean that's the rate people are paying the federal government of their revenue. Why? Because in the 50s and 60s, an exhaustive list of deductions and loopholes existed, which got the very wealthy folks who were forced to pay that 90% tax rate, in real money at the time, in the 50s and 60s, it was roughly people who made over $3 million. There were exhaustive deductions and loopholes where only a small portion of the population in the 50s and 60s was actually even subjected to that rate. So we should ask ourselves, well, if they got out of paying the rate, what was the effective rate people paid in contrast to today? If your suggestion is massive hikes in taxes, The top marginal rate now is roughly 37%, folks. If you're talking about a top marginal rate, over 40 to 50 points higher where we are now, depending if you go with radical Julian Castro's policy or radical Ocasio-Cortez's policy, 40 to 50 points higher. 40 to 50 points higher. You should at least be able to make the case that the effective tax rates of the day were substantially higher too. You can't because you'd be wrong. The effective tax rate in the 60s was roughly about 31%. In contrast to mid-2000s, roughly now about 25 to 28%, depending on the last available accumulated data we have from the IRS. In other words, you're talking about a difference of a few percentage points. And the effective rate, do you see what I'm saying, Joe? Mm-hmm. The effective rate wealthy folks were paying across the economy in the 60s was roughly 31%. Keep in mind there was an advantage on the corporate side as well. The effective rate today is between 25 and 28%. You may say, well, it's still higher. Fine. That's fine. It was, I'm not, by the way, I make no mistake here. I am not arguing that the taxes should be higher at all. The taxes should be lower. When the top marginal rate was 28% in the Reagan era, when it was lowered to 28%, we had growth rates of 6%, 5%, and 4%, a massive explosion in government revenue as well as the economy grew. Bigger pie. Government, even though it got a smaller percentage slice of the pie was so big they got more money. So if they can explain to me the difference between effective rates and marginal rates, I'd love to hear it. They won't explain that, though, because they're arguing for a massive 30, 40, 50-point hike in the top marginal rate when the answer on the effective rate is only a few points higher. Joe, is this point making sense?
Yes, it is.
The posted rate of 90%, nobody paid it, folks.
Right.
It applied to less than 0.02% of filers. Applied to. I'm not suggesting those filers even paid that. I'm saying it only applied to 0.02% of filers because it was $3 million or above. Also, if you look at Matt's piece at Bongino.com about the 90% tax rate, ask your liberal friends first to explain, okay, the 90% rate, great. Ask them the simple question. What was the effective rate? Listen, they won't know the answer. You now do. Say the effective rate was close to 30%. The effective rate now is 25 to 28%, a minuscule difference. It wasn't a 40-point difference. Also, ask them what the revenue collected by the government as a percentage of GDP was. Obviously, going by nominal dollars is an irrelevant number because of inflation. We could correct for today's dollars, but the way they collect tax revenue and they measure tax revenue, Joe, is as a portion of the GDP, as a percentage of GDP. In other words, of all we produce, what percentage of what we produce is taken in taxes? Ladies and gentlemen, you realize that number has been steadily 19 to 20%, despite the rate being 90%, 70%, 28%,
right.
35%, 39.6%, and the 37% it's now. You may be saying this doesn't make any sense, Dan. So the government's taking in generally the same amount of money, despite the top rate that Ocasio-Cortez wants up to 70% and Castro wants to 90%. You're saying that how is it that the money that comes into the government is the same? Folks, it's very simple. When you up the top marginal tax rate to upwards of 90%, where it was in the 50s and 60s, you empower a whole lot of accountants to find rich people a golden path out of it.
Yeah, man.
They're not paying that. They're paying accountants. They're investing in muni bonds. They're setting up trust. They're not going to pay it. It's called Hauser's Law. Hauser, a financial analyst, I believe from the West Coast, who determined that regardless of the top rates in the United States, the amount of money confiscated by the government is roughly 17 to 20% of the economy. Every time. Look at the charts in the piece, folks. In Matt's piece, look at the charts. The blue line, flat. Percentage of GDP and tax revenue, 19 to 20%. Look at the marginal tax rates. It goes all over the place, Joe. Up, down, up, down, up. The tax rate goes up. Accountants get rich. Tax rates go down, accountants get less rich, and people pay their taxes. It's as simple as that. Remember, tax evasion is illegal. Tax avoidance is a national pastime. Tax avoidance is not illegal. Tax evasion is. Tax avoidance, by taking advantage of legal loopholes, is not illegal. It's by definition, tautologically, it's not illegal. It's the law. I can take advantage of depreciation schedule. Okay, I'll do that. That's a tax avoidance measure. John Kerry parking his boat in Rhode Island or whatever he did to avoid paying taxes. This is what Democrats do. Everybody does it. Folks, look at the charts. Democrats can't explain that away. And I want to make a couple more points on this. Point number one was, just so we dial back a bit and rehearse where we are, so we have these arguments ready for our liberal friends. Point number one, they're going to tell, and listen to me, this argument is going to get hot and heavy. The tax rates in the 50s were 90% and the 60s. And look at the economy then. It grew. And by the way, that 90% tax rate was instituted under Truman, not Eisenhower. So I believe around 1951. Don't buy that nonsense by the left. Those tax rates were not effective tax rates. They weren't what people actually paid. They paid about 31%, about 25, 28% now. Second point you're going to hear them try to make, which is even more disingenuous. You heard Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez again say it in her Anderson Cooper interview. It's time for the rich to pay their fair share. This is just dumb. Okay? It's dumb because they never tell you what their fair share is, the wealthy, because when they tell you the share they pay now, it sounds like more than a fair share. Matter of fact, it sounds like an unfair share. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 1% of taxpayers, 1 out of 100 taxpayers currently pays 37.3% of the tax load. 1 out of 100 taxpayers. Those blessed with success pay 37.3%. Think about what I'm telling you. 1 out of 100 people paying taxes pays over 37% of every dollar in taxes to the government. Please explain to me, if you can, which you cannot, how that is that's not a fair share. The top 10% of earners earn your money here. The top 10% of earners, Joe, pay 69% of the tax load in this country. 10 out of every 100 people. 10 out of every 100 people pay nearly 70 cents of every tax dollar coming into the government. Please explain to me again, Ms. Cortez, with all due respect to your victory and your position right now. You have a prominent voice. What percentage should the top 10% pay if 70% of the tax load isn't enough? Try explaining that to the people who've worked for a living to grind their way out of lower income categories, middle class categories, finally have some money in their lives. By the way, a lot of these people are seniors, Joe, have accumulated some capital and wealth over a lifetime of grinding and hard work. And arthritic shoulders and joints and hands from your labor and strong investments and delaying gratification. You finally have capital. You are now paying 70% of the tax load, and Ms. Cortez and Mr. Castro want even more. Explain that. Get them on the record, Joe. Get them on the record. All right, I've got one more here that really upsets me on this. Don't go anywhere. I want to make sure you hear this because this has got me fired up too. Very upset about this. All right, folks, today's show also brought to you by buddies at Blinkist. Hey, if you're like me, the list of books you want to read or the people suggest you is never ending. No one has the time to read them all. This is a great service. I enjoy it. I use it a lot. Our sponsor, Blinkist, to solve your long list of the government is a net positive in our life that leads to societal benefits, positive externalities, and direct effects, right?
Yeah.
The government's a good thing. That's what they're saying.
That's right.
They're not arguing, if you listen to them, that give more to your money to the government because the government stinks. That's not what they're saying. They're suggesting to you that government is some net positive force in your life and therefore turning over more of your assets, turning over more of your income, and working hard daily to finance the government, not your own well-being or your family's well-being, is somehow going to lead to a better life for you. That is their point. Now, I ask you this, and you should be asking your liberal friends immediately. Respond to them when they suggest these confiscatory 90% tax rates. Why don't you pay that rate now? Why?
That's a terrible idea.
Why don't you pay it now? Joe, it is voluntary.
That's right.
There is a box, the posted tax rates you have to pay. The income tax tables are minimum rates, folks. I have to pay as a portion of my income about, 30 to 37%, depending on, what kind of deductions we get every year. I can't pay less than that, but I can pay more.
Give it up, baby. Give it up.
You know why Joe, why do you think I don't pay more? Why would I not want to pay more? Why would I not want? It's not a trick question. Why would I not want to give my money to the government? Why don't you?
Because I worked for it, and I'm keeping it.
And yes, you're darn right.
And I'm not going to.
And the government is a disaster with your money.
Right.
Outside of our military and our courts and some basic constitutional functions of government, the government largely flushes your money down a toilet bowl. I'm not a hypocrite. I believe government's not a net force for good in your life. I believe the government's an obstacle to your prosperity, hence the Bill of Rights, which is supposed to limit the government, and the Constitution as well, what they can do. Article 1, Section 8 was supposed to limit the powers of Congress, stated what they could do, and what happened? We've had this expansive, outrageous role of government in our life that they're now suggesting that once you work past a certain point, upwards of 90% of your time should be spent working to finance the government. Oh, no. Do it now, liberals. Go ahead and pay. Lead by example. Nobody's stopping you. Tax season's in effect right now. You're all getting your forms in the mail. You're all getting, people are dishing out W-2s, 1099s, all kinds of different tax forms. You're getting together with your accountant. Tell your accountant you want to pay 90%. Show us. Start a petition online, liberals. Everybody sign it. Tell you what, block out all the personal data. Post your receipt. Post your check to the government showing us you paid 90% of your income. You want Trump's tax returns? Show yours. Start the movement. Start a big national movement. Lead by example. None of you frauds will do it. Not one of you listening will do it. Because you don't believe government is a net force for good in your life. You know it's a fraud. This is a power trip for you. This is about the theft of other people's money to control their time, their assets, and their economic output. You are frauds, and I can prove you're frauds. Because Joe and I believe in charity.
Yes, sir.
There is no legal obligation whatsoever for me, Joe, or any of our listeners to donate money to charity. None. But we do it. Why? I donate time and money. Believe me, I am in no way saying this to be self-laudatory at all. I'm making a simple philosophical point, not a moral one. The philosophical point I'm making here is on principle. I believe the charities and the things I give money to are forces for a net good in society. I believe my money, in the case of our donation to the scholarship fund for the store, the setting up of the store on our website where we donate all of our proceeds to charity, and we'll continue to if you'd like to help, the Chum Store, all of them go to charity. We just wrote a nice check thanks to you. Why did we do that? I could have kept it. It's my store. Again, I'm not even making the moral point because I believe that money that you guys donated, $18,000 plus. You didn't donate, you bought shirts, but you get the point. You de facto donated. I believe that $18,000 will serve a better societal good, giving scholarships to 3 kids whose families can't afford their education in a pretty good local school here, will do far more good than it could for me right now. I believe that. But I don't believe giving that money to the government will do anything other than get it flushed down the toilet and wasted on a bunch of nonsense liberal programs that do nothing to better our society and, frankly, candidly make it worse. And liberals, I've got news for you. You believe the same darn thing. There is no legal penalty if I don't donate to charity. But me and thousands and millions of other conservative Americans donate substantial portions of their time and their money to charitable causes despite no legal obligation to do so because they believe. Because they believe it works. They believe it's good, it's benevolent. They believe it is the right thing to do. Why don't you do the same? If government's your charity and government is such a positive force in your life, then why don't you just donate more? Why? Why do you refuse, despite constantly trying to claim the assets, hard work, blood, sweat, and tears of others? Why do you adamantly refuse, you phony, fraud hypocrites, to give an extra dime of your money to government? As a matter of fact, you're double frauds. Not only do you insist on not giving extra money to the government, despite your absurd, ridiculous, disingenuous claims that it is somehow a force for positive good in our lives, you actually do your best. A lot of leadership liberals like John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, and others, you do everything in your power to avoid paying taxes. To avoid it. It's absurd. You are frauds. Go ahead. Pay more. Stand up. Stand for something. Stop being the phonies you are. The next time Miss Cortez or Mr. Castro or Miss Warren, Elizabeth Warren, bring up these ridiculous tax claims, your first question, media people, should be, you think this is a net good for society? I'm curious, are you paying those tax rates now? No, I'm not paying them. Why not? I thought you believed. I thought you believed. You don't believe. You're frauds. Oh, well, my money's not going to make a difference. Oh, no, that's not what we say with charity. My money does make a difference. My money does make a difference.
Yes, sir.
I know some local kid, 3 of them, as a matter of fact, their lives are being changed because of your generosity. I know that. I'm not suggesting that this was some kind of a cure-all, that society's ills have been fixed, but I know my money makes a difference. By acknowledging that your individual tax donations will not make a difference, you are arguing for the very futility of the government you support, you fake, phony frauds. I'm daring some entrepreneurial media type, daring them to ask Miss Cortez, Miss Warren, Mr. Castro, Bernie Sanders, and anyone else running for president what rates they pay. Daring them. You watch the answer.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I want to get to this. By the way, one quick note before I move on to my next story, because the talking points out there of the liberals are just growing and magnifying, and you need to be armed with the information to fight back. Folks, there's been a manufacturing renaissance under Donald Trump, and it frequently gets lost in the outstanding economic numbers. We had 312,000 jobs created in those monthly figures I gave you on Friday's show, which were just a staggering number. It was nearly double the estimate of the job creation numbers. But one quick note on this. Because remember, your liberal friends claim to be a champion of the working class, the manufacturing men and women, people who work on these lines and use their blood, sweat, and tears and get dirt under their fingernails to build America. And thank you for everything you do. A sincere, heartfelt, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for busting your caboose to make sure we have the products and services we need. You work hard. I did manual labor for a long time. It ain't easy. Cleaned a lot of mausoleums, loaded a lot of grocery cases, lifted, 10,000 boxes on delivery lines in the back of a supermarket. It's rough. Cleaned a lot of cars, painted a lot of houses. Folks, what's frequently forgotten is the manufacturing renaissance under Donald Trump. I thought the liberals were in it for the little guy, the working man. Ladies and gentlemen, how many manufacturing jobs you think were created net in the Obama administration? Created. I'm not even going to ask you to guess, Joe, because I know if you don't know these numbers, I would say none, because it's a negative number. They lost 20,000. So let's just do a basic comparison here, Joe.
Oh.
Joe, you have Jay's Abacus? We haven't brought out Jay's Abacus in a while.
Yeah.
Grab it.
Hey. Oh.
This, for those of you who are new listeners, this was a frequent component of our show a long time ago. We had a listener named Jay who sent us an abacus. This is where we do difficult math equations, okay? Gotcha. So, Joe, the Obama administration on manufacturing jobs is at negative 20,000.
Oh, I got to turn this upside
down. They lost 20,000. So get the abacus here. I want you to tell me what a bigger number is, okay? Because remember, Obama was in it for the little guy, the manufacturing man.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has only been in office for now 2 years. Roughly 2 years now.
All right.
How many manufacturing jobs do you think the Donald Trump administration has lost like the Obama team did? The answer is none. They have gained 400,000. So get the abacus out, Joe. What is the bigger number? Negative 20,000 manufacturing jobs under Obama, or is the bigger number positive 400,000 under Trump? You do the abacus, move the things around, and please tell the liberals what the bigger number is. Moving it around. I see him working the abacus.
Yeah, Trump's got the bigger numbers, babe.
He does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Joe, Jay, the listener, was kind enough to send us the abacus because liberals have a difficult time with simple math.
I checked it.
So it's right. You double checked it. 400,000 is bigger than negative 20,000.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And shout out to Jay again. Your abacus always comes in because people then ask us who Jay Zabacus is. There is no Jay Zabacus. It's Jay's abacus. You old listeners know that. Some of you have been with me from the beginning. We used to use it all the time. We haven't brought that out.
No, it's getting a little.
Just so you know, folks, facts are really stubborn things, right? 400,000 jobs, manufacturing jobs created under Trump, negative 20,000 in the 8 years of Obama. Oh, again, don't let that get in the way of another dopey liberal argument.
How about that?
How about that? How about that?
Yeah.
This week in baseball. All right, final read of the day. Thanks. This is a great company, by the way. I love ExpressVPN. We use them everywhere. With all the recent news about security breaches online, it's hard, not to worry where all your data goes. It always freaks me out. Making an online purchase or simply accessing your email can put your private info at risk. You're being tracked online by social media sites, marketing companies, and your mobile or internet provider. You know it. You ever talk about something and like Facebook and randomly appears on the government? Oh.
CBP has stopped over 3,000 what we call special interest aliens trying to come into the country on the southern border. Those are aliens who the intel community has identified are of concern.
But special interest aliens are just people who come from countries that have ever produced a terrorist. They're not terrorists themselves. And the State Department says that there is, quote, their words, no credible evidence of any terrorists coming across the border from Mexico.
We know that roughly nearly 4,000 known or suspected terrorists come into our country illegally. And we know that our most vulnerable point of entry is at our southern border.
I know this statistic. I didn't know if you were going to use it, but I studied up on this. Do you know where those 4,000 people come or where they're captured? Airports.
Not always, but certainly a large number.
The State Department says there hasn't been any terrorists that they found coming across the southern border from Mexico.
It's by air, it's by land, and it's by sea.
All right. Let's dig into this. Now, Wallace's job is to play the middle. He's a news guy. He's not an opinion guy. Chris Wallace's job is to call out what he believes to be misstated facts on both sides. I'm not just saying this because I do work at Fox, but that's his job. If he's supposed to call out both sides, and he's using a what he believes to be a fact by the State Department that it's just wrong. I don't know what to say. It's just not accurate. There have been incidents of now. Notice how they the nuance there though. Terror-related suspects. There's no documented cases. A lot of folks. All of this stuff is basically nuanced politispeak meant to disguise the fact that yes, terror-associated, terror-related suspects have been caught at the southern border. This is not even mysterious. Let's go down and break it down. By the way, PolitiFact, which is it's a joke. It's not even like a serious site, but they're left-leaning propagandists. Even PolitiFact, which is supposedly a fact checker, it's really a left-leaning site. This left-leaning editorial site disguised as a fact checker has even acknowledged themselves that people who made the claims, notably Ron DeSantis, who's now going to be the governor-elect here in Florida, who have made claims about terror-associated suspects trying to cross the southern border, they designated that mostly true. I rarely put PolitiFact stuff in my show notes today, but read it yourself. Here are some of the highlights from that piece and others. From PolitiFact, it further stated that they're talking about a report that one U.S. citizen had smuggled 272 Somalis into the United States through Cuba and Mexico until January of 2010. Although he claimed he had been approached by Al-Shabaab, a terror group members, for help supporting people, he said he refused, the report said. Okay, you say, all right, well, he said he refused. Maybe he didn't smuggle any terrorists, despite acknowledging a terror group wanted him to smuggle people across the border. And in fact, he helped smuggle 272 Somalis in. It goes on. I'm not done. Also detained at the southern border were 3 Sri Lankans, one of whom said he was a member of the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam and was on his way to Canada. By the way, a terror group. Folks, this is the easiest debunking of. I'm just reading to you what's open source information you can look up yourself. Oh, the State Department. Who told you that from the State Department? I'm not sure. Did they read this report? Goes on. There are many more instances in what was detailed by Texas officials, too. A 2006 House Committee on Homeland Security report said that, quote, Joe, who are you going to take the word of, the State Department or Homeland Security? Here's a Homeland Security, hands down, Homeland Security. Here's a quote. Each year, hundreds of illegal aliens from countries known to harbor terrorists or promote terrorism are found trying to cross the border along the Rio Grande Valley. It said members of Hezbollah have already entered the United States across the border prior to 2005. Are we missing something here? Here's a report from immigrationreform.com discussing a CIS report, which Center for Immigration Studies report, which I'll get to in a second. The CIS report cites, amongst others, the case of Islamic convert and Virginia native Anthony Joseph Tracy, who was prosecuted for providing 270 Somalis with fraudulently obtained Kenyan passports, Cuban visas, and travel documentation to help them be smuggled across the U.S. border. According to 2010 prosecution records, Tracy admitted the terrorist organization Al-Shabaab asked him to provide fraudulent travel documents to its operatives. In court, these are court documents. In court, investigators produced an email from Tracy to an associate in which he admitted, I helped a lot of Somalis, and most are good, but there are some who are bad, and I leave them to Allah. I had a tweet about this weekend because liberal media types jumped on this clip from Wallace. And Wallace is doing his thing. This is what he does. He's going to go after both sides and he's going to do background information. Just the background investigation he got, my beef with this is wrong. Mm-hmm. And liberal media types from outlets that are slanted far left jumped all over this. Like, look, Trump's promoting and Sarah Sanders, the debunked talking point that terrorists and terror-related suspects have tried to cross the border, southern border. Did you miss this stuff? Here's CIS.org, Joe, Center for Immigration Studies. Here's a report from them, the key findings from their backgrounder. From only public realm reporting, in other words, you can look this up yourself, 15 suspected terrorists have been apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border or en route since 2001. This likely represents, Joe, a significant undercount since most information reflecting border crossers resides in classified or protected government archives and intelligence databases.
Well, that is a sucker punch to the gonads.
Oh, it sure is, babe. Sure is. One more. Affiliations including Al-Shabaab, ISIS, Hezbollah, the Tamil Tigers. They've all been, these people affiliated with these groups have all been nailed at the southern border. At least 15 of them were prosecuted for crimes in North American courts. Folks, this is publicly available information you can look up yourself. I get tired of doing this. I don't get tired of the fight. I get tired of debunking easily refuted, nonsensical liberal talking points that are promulgated in the liberal ecosystem as if they're fact and then used as fodder to attack Trump. Trump keeps promoting this debunked talk. Debunked what? There have been terror-associated suspects nailed trying to cross the southern border. That's a fact. Can you not do basic research? We're living in a post-fact, pseudo-intellectual society where journalist types are exclusively there to gaslight you, to lie to you over and over and over again, and repeatedly in an effort to get you to believe that reality is not in fact real. Oh my gosh, is it frustrating. Folks, I just want to rewind a little bit before I get to my last point, because today's show is important. First, we slam the liberals on their tax policy nonsense. No, the wealthy did not pay 90% tax rates in the 50s and 60s. That was not an Eisenhower policy. It was done under the Truman administration. The effective rates were 30%, roughly compared to the 25 to 28% now. In other words, roughly the same. Tax revenue to the government as a percentage of GDP was the same because wealthier people got to be experts in paying good accountants and getting out of these 90% tax rates. Secondly, Hauser's law, the amount of money into the government's been consistent regardless of what the tax rates is. That's a simple fact. Look at the charts in Matt's piece. Finally, liberals are frauds. They suggest tax rates they're not willing to pay themselves because they don't believe this money is going to contribute to a net good in society. It will be flushed down the collective government toilet bowl like nearly every other dollar you give to our broken government. Second point I made about the manufacturing renaissance, it's been robust under Donald Trump. It was an absolute failure under Obama, who claims to support the middle class himself. Third point today, terrorists have tried to cross the southern border. Terror-associated suspects have repeatedly tried to cross the southern border. It's public source information. Also, it's likely a significant undercount because many of these cases of terrorists being apprehended at the southern border are classified and are not available to the government. Even left-leaning PolitiFact debunked this silly nonsense that no terror-related suspects have been trying to cross the border. It's not true. I'm sorry. It's immediate. It's Chris's job to do that, but the facts he got were not facts. They were myths. I don't know who at the State Department told him that, but they should check with Homeland Security. They should read the news. My last point for the day. Regarding this ongoing government, partial government shutdown. Folks, I said something on Fox this week and the 5 I want you to really consider. Especially if you're a moderate Democrat, you're just coming around to Republican ideas, you found my podcast through a friend or something, you agree with some of what I say, you don't agree with other stuff, that's fine, you're all welcome here. You don't have to agree with anything I say, you're always welcome. Don't you find it a little odd that collectively as a country, we pay $4 trillion for an entity that has been partially shut down for closing in on 20 days soon, and almost nobody has noticed the difference in their lives at all? Think about that. Think about how useless a venture government has become in your life. That you pay $4 trillion a year. Alexandria Cortez and Julian Castro want you to pay upwards of 90% of your income past a certain rate of earnings. They want you to work 90% of the time to finance an entity that costs $4 trillion, has been partially shut down for days, and almost nobody has noticed the difference. Now, I thought of an analogy, Joe. An analogy to make a little bit more sense for some of our liberal friends who may be having a difficult time with this.
Yes, sir.
Joe, you have a smartphone?
Yes, I do.
What brand is it? An Android?
Yeah.
So Android, it's an Android, yeah. Right? I have an Apple. I have an iPhone. Mm-hmm. Let me ask a simple question to our audience. Mm-hmm. If a corporate entity worth a fraction of $4 trillion, like Apple or Google, Android, or Samsung that manufactures the phones, right? If a corporate entity worth thousandths, 1/1000th, less than, a fraction, a decimal point of what the federal government is air quotes, worth to you in their $4 trillion enterprise. If they were to shut down for 10 days, do you understand?
Frog, listen up, man. Listen up, man. Chill. You're making people unnecessarily feel bad. If you have an issue, work it out or don't. But don't come in here disrupting shit, man. I am not down for that Loki shit, and you know it. Please. Thanks, Frog. Come back when you feel better, bro.
Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host, Dan Bongino.
All right, welcome to the Dan Bongino Show. Producer Joe, how are you today?
Yo, Daddy-O, hanging in there, man. Doing
I've
good.
got a big announcement after this quick commercial we run in the beginning here. Don't go anywhere. You're gonna you may love it, you may hate it, but it's gonna be an interesting announcement. I promise you. So you doing all right though, Joe? Everything going good?
Man, everything is going great here in Pasadena,
Yeah, Joe does not know the announcement, by the way, so you're waiting with bated breath. All right, let's get right to it. Today's show brought to you by our buddies at Genucel. Genucel, my wife, my family, love this stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, the new year is here, but so is that sagging jawline and double chin. Now you can make them disappear, and you can look your best in 2019. Introducing the brand new Genucel jawline treatment with dual peptide and MDL technology. It's Chamonix's most advanced technology ever. Not only tightens sense of just a little bit of uncomfortability. Of course, the show is going to remain free to you. We have some surprises coming up on the video side. Don't worry, it's not going to change the podcast at all. But I did this for a reason. I've got a ton of stuff to get to today, some breaking news, Spygate stuff. But I read a fascinating piece before I came on the air in the Wall Street Journal. It's subscription only, but the gist of it's simple. You can read it if you'd like. It's in the opinion column today about government pricing and how the price of government is all wrong. And I thought, gosh, there's no way to hammer this home better than an analogy. The gist of the piece is this, that people do not understand the price of government, so they think they're getting a bargain. And the authors of the piece say that this growing trend in younger voters and voters who haven't done their homework, I don't mean this in a deplorable, like talking down to people way at all. Mm-hmm. People have believed the price of government is a bargain because that's what they've been told by the media and politicians. Joe, they have no reason to believe otherwise. It's not that people are ignorant. They've been told otherwise. All right. The idea in the piece is that people think socialism is a good deal because they don't understand the price of government. And once the price hits you in the face, all of a sudden you're like, what? Whoa, it costs that much? That if you understood the real price of government, the demand for the product, the demand for more government vis-a-vis socialism would decrease significantly, and all of a sudden capitalism would become a far more appealing enterprise. That's accentuated by my opening riff, where I'm sure, and I'm honored by the fact that many of you love the show and spread the show. I mean it. Our show has become a beacon of light in my life, and Joe's too, and I mean that sincerely. Forgive me the soupy analogies, but because of everything you've done. But I don't think for a second that my show is going to be worth charging you $100 a month. I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it. But the price of my show is free to you. It is not free. It is free to you because sponsors, good sponsors, Genucel, Patriot Supply Today, and Bravo Company later. And I don't mean to make this a rift on the business model either, but they choose to advertise on the program to talk to a substantial audience, and that audience is you.
I got you.
If the price was paid by you at that amount, many of you, although, listen, I love my content. I love what Joe does. I love the work we put into it. And the show means the world to me. I can't, with a straight face, charge you that amount of money for this product. When competitors work on a different business model, sponsor arranged programs, and it's free to you. The show is not free. Nothing's free. But when the price of the show slams you in the face like $100 a month, all of a sudden, people reconsider their demand for even my own product. I use the self-deprecating analogy using a price model on my own show to dictate to you, because I'm sure a lot of you were like, when you heard that, some of you may have got I was kidding. Some of you may not. You might have been like, you must have been like, is this guy kidding? He thinks he's going to charge me $100 a month when I could get, other products out there for free. Hey, maybe some of you said I'd pay 10, I'd pay 20, but I'm not paying $100 a month. It's called an economics, elasticity of demand. If you want to get all wonky on it, you can look that up. How elastic or inelastic is demand for the product, right?
Okay.
Now, all of a sudden, when a price slams you in the face, you're like, well, I like Dan's show a lot, but I'm not sure I like it that much. You see how the implementation of a price all of a sudden alters your demand for a product? Ladies and gentlemen, this is why socialism is growing in its appeal towards people who don't understand what socialism is, because they've been told the price in their lives to growing government and growing government social programs is minuscule. They've been lied to. Or I believe the traditional pronunciation of the word is minuscule, but you can you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're both acceptable now. But I believe the original pronunciation of the word is minuscule. But this is it. You've been told, and here are some examples. You've been told the price of government is wrong, and I have in highlights here on my notes for the show today. What a bargain! Government, what a bargain, Joe.
Yeah.
You have been told, ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, that the price of government to you in your tax bill was $27 trillion. Joe, that was not the price of government over the past decade. The price of government was 26% higher. It was $35.6 trillion. That's where the $9 trillion in debt over the Obama administration, over these past 2 years in the President Trump's administration, that's where that $9 trillion in debt comes from. You have been lied to about the price of government. It explains perfectly why the demand for government keeps going up in the left-leaning ecosystem, ideological ecosystem, because people don't understand the price. In other words, that $9 trillion in debt, if it was imposed upon you immediately, Joe, as a genuine price you and I had to pay right away, ladies and gentlemen, your taxes would have been 25 to 50% higher, depending on if you factor in state debt as well. You understand how we're being lied to? The Democrats want it both ways. Some of them will go on the record and argue for higher taxes, but most of them won't. They want your prices to be a lie. Here's another piece of data from the Wall Street Journal piece today about and the piece about when prices lie. The price of government is a lie. Think about my opening. When that price slammed you in the face, a lot of you were like, "Oh my gosh, I like the show, but sheesh, Dan. Take it easy. Take it easy." We haven't used that in a while. Social Security and Medicare. These are, listen, I get it. I get 1,000 emails every time. I understand. I get it. Your money was stolen from you. I totally understand. If you are 65 and older living on Social Security, I understand your money was confiscated and abused. I get it. And given the status of the life cycle chronologically, the fact that you were paid into a system and made a promise by a government, which is our government, it's us. I fully get and I understand that those promises should be made right, because we elected people that screwed you over, basically. But I'm telling you, for people 55 and younger, there's no money there. Forget it. Social Security and Medicare, Joe, the low-end estimates of what is owed over the next 75 years, the low end, genuine estimates are up to 4 times higher than this, is $50 trillion. Joe, that's the low end in obligations, unpaid obligations. In other words, money we don't have over the next 75 years. Joe, to pay for that at the low end would require a 60% tax hike.
Erroneous!
Folks, a 60% tax hike. All of a sudden, those Social Security benefits for people like us, you're like, yeah, I want my Social Security if I'm 55. Okay, you're going to have to pay it. The tax hike is 60%. Then you're like, wait. I don't want it that bad. Do you understand how the price of government is a lie? It's a lie. Joe, we've been smoked up. We've been lied to. And when I opened up the show today and gave you a price not commensurate with your demand for the show, all of a sudden everybody changed their mind. $100 a month? Not paying $1,200 a year. Why not? Why not? Because a lot of people don't have $1,200 a year, just like a lot of people don't have the money to pay the 60% tax hike required to pay the Social Security and Medicare benefits for the next 75 years. There's no money. The price of government is a lie. I'm kind of piggybacking on yesterday's show with Ocasio-Cortez and Julian Castro suggesting 60 to 70 and 90% marginal tax rates.
Right.
You may say, well, Dan, I think you're making the case for them, that they're right. No. Notice what Ocasio-Cortez said. If you didn't listen to yesterday's show, please go back and listen. It's a very good show. Ocasio-Cortez in her 60-minute interview, the radical leftist congresswoman from New York who's become the new, this rising star on the left, is not arguing for a 60, 70% tax hike on you. She's arguing for a 60, 70% tax hike on people who make $10 million or more as a top marginal rate. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not where the money is, folks. That is not even close. She is being, Joe, please tell me you understand where I'm going with this. She is being doubly dishonest.
Sure.
Because she's not telling you the cost of government. She's lying about the cost of her, quote, free college and all this other stuff, Medicare for all she backs. And she's making you believe again that the price is going to fall on someone else, just like the price of my show falls on sponsors now and doesn't. That's not a lie. That's true. She won't tell you that. She's making you believe it's a sponsor model, not the $100 a month I lied to you about in the beginning of the show to make a point. You see what I'm saying, Joe?
Yeah.
She is lying to you.
Yeah.
She's making you believe third parties are going to pay for all this. Those third parties are who, Joe? $10 million people worth $10 million income earners or more. That is not where the money is, folks. There are not enough people who earn $10 million or more a year at that tax rate to pay the 60, 70% tax hikes, Social Security, Medicare, and endless government is going to cost.
Oh, hell no.
Yes. Her and Julian Castro and Bernie Sanders are lying to you. If they had any credibility at all, they would be candid and say, listen, middle America, lower income folks, people making $100,000, $60,000, $50,000, $20,000, and $10 million. You are where the money is. The middle class is the overwhelming majority of this company population-wise. You are where the real money is. We are going to tax you at rates of 60 to 70% to pay for the expanding government and socialist empire you all want. And then, you know what, Joe? I mean this. I would respect her. But respectfully, honestly, vigorously, and furiously disagree that is a sensible, rational approach. But at least she's being honest and putting her own congressional career on the line by telling the middle class what they need to hear. That the cost of government and the price of government is wrong. I'm here to correct it. The price of government is 60 to 70% more of your money. That's how we're going to implement free college and Medicare for all. At least she'd be candid.
Agreed.
But she's not. Because some of you emailed me yesterday, and I love your emails. There was a guy, Tim or Tom, he didn't like the show yesterday. He didn't like it. He thinks we should give no airtime whatsoever to liberals. I said to him back, thanks for your feedback. I appreciate it. I strongly disagree. In a battle of ideas, not knowing the other side, not knowing your ideological opponent is a disaster.
Yes, sir.
I've learned that through running for office many times. You have to know what they're going to say before they say it. So I disagree, but that's fine. I appreciate your feedback. But one of the comments I got yesterday is, well, Dan, you missed the point. She's only arguing for a tax hike for people who make $10 million or more. No, that is the point. She's lying about the price of government.
Right.
She's not being genuine. She's pretending it's a sponsor-paid model with the sponsors being 10 millionaires, and it's not. It's a you model where you're going to pay $100 for the show. You're not, just so we're clear, folks. I'm not. I hope all of you understand. I'm not. I have no intention of charging you for my show. Please. Always been the goal. Always here has been to keep it free for you. I hope I didn't upset you with that analogy. And I thought about, hey, maybe this is dangerous. Maybe some people listen and tune out the show right away. This guy's crazy. You know what, folks? It's worth it. I'm sorry, but it's worth it. Sometimes analogies that really hit you in the face are the best ones. And you don't need it. I mean, it's really not for you. It's more for the moderate Democrats who listen to the show. I like, and I appreciate your feedback. But I just don't.
To tell you the truth, it was fun, too.
Yeah. I know. I told Joe before the show.
It was fun.
Pretend. I'm like, just pretend you don't know. And Joe's actually pretty convincing, I must say.
Thank you.
I'd love your feedback on that if he was convincing it. He's like, this is a stupid idea. It is a stupid idea. I don't mind subscription fees that are reasonable, but that's clearly confiscatory and really ridiculous and almost mercenary. But it's meant to hit you in the face with what a price is and how that price, when it goes up to an excessive cost, $100 a month, in this case a 60% tax hike, all of a sudden makes you reevaluate your demand curve for a product. Oh, I don't want it. I demanded this much government at this price, but when the price is real, you're like, well, all of a sudden I don't demand government, just like you wouldn't demand the show. Those examples work. I hope it worked in this case. All right, I've got some killer information on this growing scandal. It's just I haven't forgotten. I get some emails. People, what happened to Spygate? Nothing happened. I only report when there's news. I'm not going to fill your airtime when we don't have anything. I don't want to waste your time. The show matters to us. Okay, today's show brought to you. Speaking of preparing, folks, preparing matters. You got to be prepared. We insure everything in our lives that matter. We insure our health. We insure our teeth. People have eyeglasses. And I had said to you that I believe the initial target in this whole thing was an effort to take down Lieutenant General Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn was the head of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency under Barack Obama. Mike Flynn was a sworn enemy of the Iran deal and was largely a truth teller in the Obama administration. The Obama administration didn't like that. It's probably clear, given Mike Flynn's position as a senior intelligence official in the Obama administration, that let's just say Joe Flynn knew stuff. Flynn probably knew a few things about the shenanigans the Obama administration was up to. Flynn had to be taken out. Flynn became a target of the Obama team right away. Now, I covered this a little bit on last week's show. If you want to listen to it, it's called The Scandal Exposed. It's a great show. We got a ton of listeners on it, and it covers the background on what the Obama team in paragraph 1 did to take out Mike Flynn. And when I say paragraph 1, I mean when in my prior line of work, when you started an investigation, there's a paragraph 1 that describes how it starts in all your reports. What was paragraph 1? What was the initial reason the Obama administration targeted the Trump team? I believe Mike Flynn, and Mike Flynn joining the Trump effort to get elected during the Trump campaign, where he was out giving speeches. I believe paragraph 1 was, in fact, some targeting of Mike Flynn, and now I have more reason to believe so, thanks to a tremendous piece in the Epoch Times by Jeff Carlson, who I've touted his work on this show often because it is tremendous. Now, here's the question I want to ask today.
All right, so I got this on pause. You guys want me to hold on to this and let you go? You want to go watch the president? Because I don't have him on here. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can get him on here. Hold on. All right, come on. Stupid fucking thing. All right. So, give me just a second. All right. I don't know if this is working or not. Oh no. All right.
The proposal from Homeland Security includes cutting-edge technology for detecting drugs, weapons, illegal contraband, and many other things. We have requested more agents, immigration judges, and bed space to process the sharp rise in unlawful migration fueled by our very strong economy. Our plan also contains an urgent request for humanitarian assistance and medical support. Furthermore, we have asked Congress to close border security loopholes so that illegal immigrant children can be safely and humanely returned back home. Finally, as part of an overall approach to border security, law enforcement professionals have requested $5.7 billion for a physical barrier. At the request of Democrats, it will be a steel barrier rather than a concrete wall. This barrier is absolutely critical to border security. It's also what our professionals at the border want and need. This is just common sense. The border wall would very quickly pay for itself. The cost of illegal drugs exceeds $500 billion a year, vastly more than the $5.7 billion we have requested from Congress. The wall will also be paid for indirectly by the great new trade deal we have made with Mexico. Senator Chuck Schumer, who you will be hearing from later tonight, has repeatedly supported a physical barrier in the past, along with many other Democrats. They changed their mind only after I was elected president. Democrats in Congress have refused to acknowledge the crisis, and they have refused to provide our brave border agents with the tools they desperately need to protect our families and our nation. The federal government remains shut down for one reason, and one reason only, because Democrats will not fund border security. My administration is doing everything in our power to help those impacted by the situation. But the only solution is for Democrats to pass a spending bill that defends our borders and reopens the government. This situation could be solved in a 45-minute meeting. I have invited congressional leadership to the White House tomorrow to get this done. Hopefully, we can rise above partisan politics in order to support national security. Some have suggested a barrier is immoral. Then why do wealthy politicians build walls, fences, and gates around their homes? They don't build walls because they hate the people on the outside, but because they love the people on the inside. The only thing that is immoral is the politicians to do nothing and continue to allow more innocent people to be so horribly victimized. America's heart broke the day after Christmas when a young police officer in California was savagely murdered in cold blood by an illegal alien who just came across the border. The life of an American hero was stolen by someone who had no right to be in our country. Day after day, precious lives are cut short by those who have violated our borders. In California, an Air Force veteran was raped, murdered, and beaten to death with a hammer by an illegal alien with a long criminal history. In Georgia, an illegal alien was recently charged with murder for killing, beheading, and dismembering his neighbor. In Maryland, MS-13 gang members who arrived in the United States as unaccompanied minors were arrested and charged last year after viciously stabbing and beating a 16-year-old girl. Over the last several years, I've met with dozens of families whose loved ones were stolen by illegal immigration. I've held the hands of the weeping mothers and embraced the grief-stricken fathers. So sad, so terrible. I will never forget the pain in their eyes, the tremble in their voices, and the sadness gripping their souls. How much more American blood must we shed before Congress does its job? To those who refuse to compromise in the name of border security, I would ask, imagine if it was your child, your husband, or your wife whose life was so cruelly shattered and totally broken. To every member of Congress, pass a bill that ends this crisis. To every citizen, call Congress and tell them to finally, after all of these decades, secure our border. This is a choice between right and wrong, justice and injustice. This is about whether we fulfill our sacred duty to the American citizens we serve. When I took the oath of office, I swore to protect our country, and that is what I will always do. So help me God. Thank you and good night.
All right, folks, thank you very much for joining us and choosing us as your stream of choice. My name is Jen. I'm from Golden State Times. If you guys liked our coverage, make sure to subscribe to the channel and click the notification bell. This was a very good speech by the president. This is prime time, folks, and all of the all of the media had to do it, whether they liked it or not. They were going to say, oh, we're not going to pass it just to stick it to Trump. But at the end of the day, they had to do it no matter what. Thank you so much to everyone for making us #1, folks. You guys are amazing. I cannot thank you so much for helping us out. And I'm just speechless. I'm just speechless of all of the support, all of the love, all of the good positive energy you guys send us all the time. That's what keeps us going here at Golden State Times. Again, thank you so much for tuning in and choosing us as your stream of choice. Tomorrow we'll continue operation. We'll do live streams and stuff like that. So thank you so much. Like the president said, thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much to the moderators for keeping the chat clean and enjoyable for everyone. Make sure you guys visit our website, goldenstatetimes.com. Again, that's goldenstatetimes.com. If you are new to this channel, make sure you subscribe and you click the notification bell. Like I said, if you'd like to get notified directly by us whenever we go for a live stream or there's a Trump rally or anything like that, make sure you guys text America First to 555-888. Again, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for choosing Golden State Times as your stream of choice. And I'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early for more news, more coverage, and everything that has to do with politics. But until then, have a good night and God bless. I'd also like to thank everyone that has been supporting us through Super Chat. I apologize that I did not give you guys a quick shout out through microphone, but you know, everything with the importance of this speech, you know, we were very busy making sure that the stream was perfect for you guys. So if you guys helped us out through Super Chat or through PayPal, thank you so much for all of your help and all of your support. Again, my name is Jen from Golden State Times. If you guys are new to the channel, welcome. We hope that you guys join the family by clicking the subscribe button and the notification bell. If you're new to the channel and you liked our coverage, we cover everything from politics to news and everything else in between. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Thank you so much for tuning in to Golden State Times and choosing us as your stream of choice. You guys are amazing. You guys help us so much by sharing.
Was there a two-way street in the intelligence community to produce negative intelligence to nail people on the Trump team? Stand easy. I'll tell you what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, in a traditional intelligence operation to nail someone who may be a spy in the United States or who may be cooperating with a foreign government, the intelligence by nature has to go in one direction. Think about what I'm saying, Joe. We have a potential spy in the United States, right? Mm-hmm. John Smith. John Smith is suspected to be working with the Russians. We get information about John Smith from another source who says, hey, Central Intelligence Agency, FBI. There's a mole in the United States. A guy, his name is John Smith. I've seen some of his emails. I work with him at work. I think he's emailing the Russian government about state secrets in the United States. He has some access to a contractor portal. This is a bad guy. The information by nature has to be one way, from sources to the Central Intelligence Agency. The information cannot ever by nature be two-way. And what I mean by two-way, Joe, is in order to nail John Smith in the United States under espionage charges, potential criminal charges by the Bureau and others, the intelligence agency, Joe, can never go back to the source and say, hey, it would be really nice if you said this.
Mm-hmm.
You tracking?
Mm-hmm.
It can never be two ways. Now, this may seem obvious, but until I explain that to you, the rest of the story won't make any. I know a lot of you get this, so forgive me. I am in no way trying to talk down. I am just trying to establish that the information flow has to, by nature, be one way. Now, I'm not talking about working with them. You know, there are always intelligence people can say, hey, you know, it would be a good idea if you could get us this. Could you get us the emails? Could you get us some recorded phone calls? That happens all the time. In other words, prods and suggestions. Information, core information central to the case cannot, by nature, flow the other way. It can't. They can't say to people who are sources, hey, listen, it would be really nice if you could say this, this, and this, and this. Now, leads and potential, like, hey, it would be helpful, you know, that stuff happens all the time. But you cannot feed them bogus information, a source, with the hope that the source will feed back the bogus information that makes the bogus information appear credible. Why do I bring this up? Because, folks, as I discussed in last week's show, with the Carter Page warrant on the Scandal Exposed, Lee Smith at The Federalist did an unbelievable piece, which is in the show notes for that day's show. You must read it. It's long, but it's good. About how it's incredibly suspicious about how when the Obama administration targeted Carter Page, Joe, for a FISA warrant, it appears they tried to get a FISA warrant in the summer of 2016, a FISA warrant that was denied. All of a sudden, Christopher Steele's memos on Carter Page appear with new allegations of criminality by Carter Page. And voila, look, in October, all of a sudden, the FISA's approved. Folks, please listen to that show, but I'll sum it up in this sentence. Christopher Steele's memos targeted Carter Page. He's the principal figure. This guy's working with the Russian government. He met with these energy officials from Russia and Rosneft. They go to the FISA court with that. It appears likely this happened at this point. The problem is meeting with energy officials from Russia, Joe, is not a crime.
No.
The FISA warrant or the potential FISA warrant against Page appears to have been denied. It appears then, Joe, instead of one-way flow, the information becomes two-way. Someone probably went up to Christopher Steele, and the new information is going to show you, I think this is highly likely at this point, and says, hey, Chris, wink and a nod. Maybe it would be a good idea if we had some new information here indicating that this meeting was a crime. If you read Lee's piece, this is what seems to have happened here. The memo is then updated about this meeting between Carter Page, the meeting between Page and the Russians, to include information about a bribe. That's in fact, the new memo in October. Bang! All of a sudden, the FISA court's like, okay, now we got a crime. In other words, folks, the question we should all be asking right now is, was the information flow two-way? Do you see, Joe, am I explaining the unethical nature of a two-way information flow in an intelligence account, a CI investigation?
I was going to say, but Dan, that's a lie.
That's a lie. The whole dossier was a lie. The meeting never happened. If the meeting never happened, the alleged bribe to Carter Page from the Russian energy firm, we're going to give you all these shares in the company if you can hook us up with the Trump team and get rid of sanctions. If that never happened, the meeting, then the bribe never happened either.
Boom.
The question is, how did Steele get this information? Who told Steele there was a bribe? Folks, do you see what the scandal? If I'm not explaining this, here it is from 30,000 feet. Was somebody poking and prodding Christopher Steele to fabricate fake information in a dossier in a two-way street operation that could be used to funnel, to hijack our justice system, to get unethical, potentially illegal warrants to spy on Americans? Was that person in the two-way street connected to the Hillary Clinton orbit? Was it someone in the Clinton team feeding Steele information who was connected to people in the Justice Department, connected to people in the FBI, who were telling Steele, this isn't enough, this isn't enough, we need more, we need more, we need more? Do you see the danger of a two-way information flow like this? This tactic could be employed against any American at any time. I need to spy on Joe Armacost. I'm running against him for office. I'm a Democrat. He's a Republican. All of a sudden, a source creeps out. Christopher Steele Jr. I think Joe is colluding with the Russians. Do you have evidence? I think he met with Russians. I go to a FISA court. That's not enough. Hey, somebody feed to that guy ratting on Joe that we need more information. All of a sudden, hey, boom, here's another memo. Hey, Joe took a bribe from the Russians. We go back to the court. Hey, Judge, Joe took a bribe from the Russians. Okay, spy on Joe. This could be employed against anybody. It was all fake. Was this a two-way street? I kept thinking of this last night. I'm like, this is just profound. This is such a violation of the general trust between the United States and its law enforcement and intelligence entities. Now, what broke yesterday in Carlson's piece that lead me to believe this was a systemic problem, not just applied to Carter Page? Carlson, who is a tremendous investigator, has a piece up, which is in the show notes today. Please, again, I humbly and most respectfully ask that you read it. This is really important stuff. These are great investigators. Their work needs to be heard. You will not hear any of this in the mainstream media because it's ignored. But guys like Carlson, Chuck Ross, Lee Smith, Byron York, and others are the ones doing the real entrepreneurial work, cracking open the greatest political scandal of our time.
Mm-hmm.
Carlson notes something very suspicious, Joe, about the dossier memos. Remember, the dossier is just a compilation of Christopher Steele's memos.
Mm-hmm.
How there appears to be a last-minute addition in one of them when it comes to Kremlin influence and the Kremlin engaging with, quote, high-profile U.S. players. Let me read his description of what I mean first. Remember how I said to you before about Page? How Page, it appears a memo was written. Page met with the Russians. The memo was probably used to get a FISA. The FISA's denied. Another memo is written with more information on Page. Oh, he was bribed. Oh, bingo. It appears these last-minute additions creep in whenever the government needs something, Joe, political, on the Trump team. It magically appears through Christopher Steele, who is, quote, a credible source for the FBI, even though he's not the source. And even though he's talking to the media. Here's what Carlson writes. In addition to the obvious questions raised by the timing of Mike Flynn's name appearing in Steele's August 10th memo is the manner in which Flynn is denoted. So just to be clear what he's saying, there's an August 10th memo. The dossier is a compilation of memos. Within that memo, Mike Flynn's name appears, and it's alluded to that he's been a target of a Russian influence operation. Carlson's saying here, but the way his name appears seems very suspicious, folks, almost like it was added at the last minute. Hey, we need something against Mike Flynn, too. I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Fill in the blank. He goes on. All other names in the memo are capitalized in the manner of intelligence briefings. But Flynn's name isn't capitalized, and in one case appears within parentheses. It's almost as if his name was suddenly added at the last minute, and by someone other than Steele. Let me read to you the portion of the memo he's talking about. And he's right. Read the piece. It's not capitalized. It's thrown in at the last minute in a format that applies to no other name in the actual dossier memo. Nothing. Everyone else's name is capitalized. You can see it yourself. He links to it. Quote, Kremlin's engaging with several high-profile U.S. players. This is from Steele's memo, including Stein, talking about Jill Stein, capitalized. Page, Carter Page, capitalized. And here's it, it's just thrown in parentheses, and former DIA Director Michael Flynn in standard writing. and funding their recent visits to Moscow. This is fascinating, folks. How Flynn's name, again, by the way, in the next paragraph, when they talk about this delegation and how the Russians are supporting U.S. figures in these paid engagements to Russia, they talk about Lyndon LaRouche name, capitalized presidential candidate Jill Stein, capitalized Trump foreign policy advisor Carter Page, capitalized, and former director Michael Flynn. Again, thrown in at the end, not capitalized. You may say, oh, okay, so they forgot to capitalize his name. Folks, I would be willing to toss this out to a simple error if it wasn't so obvious what's going on here. These memos are consistently revised and thrown together at the last minute as political tools whenever they need information to inject intravenously into the FISA court to get a law enforcement warrant against people on the Trump team. Flynn was a target. Now, why do I think this happened? Here's where it gets a little confusing, so please follow me. This is super important, but incredibly interesting. And this is in the Carlson piece. It's long, but worth your time. Seriously worth your time. Remember what I talked about in the show, The Scandal Exposed, last week, how Flynn's December 2015 trip to Russia only became a big deal after Mike Flynn started advocating openly for the Trump campaign for the presidency. John Solomon covered this Mike Flynn paid trip to Russia in December of 2015, where Flynn was seated at the same table as Vladimir Putin. Interestingly enough, the same CIA asset, Stefan Halper, who was reporting on Papadopoulos and Carter Page as well, also does some reporting on that instance with Flynn. Almost as if, Joe, they had a Central Intelligence Agency asset ready to provide information on Trump team members at the drop of a hat. Crazy how that happens. Halper just keeps randomly appearing. But this trip to Russia, which Flynn handled by the books, folks, that was John Solomon's report in the Hill. There is significant exculpatory information. Mike Flynn briefed the DIA, despite not being in the DIA anymore, about the trip before he left. He did a briefing before he left, and he did a briefing after he came back discussing the ramifications of this trip to Russia. Everything, Joe, was done by the numbers with regards to the intelligence nature of the visit. Mm-hmm. Nobody disputes that anymore. So why was the trip a big deal? The answer, Joe, is it wasn't. It was only a big deal because Mike Flynn decided to start campaigning for the Trump team. Remember the timeline. The trip happens in December of 2015. Nobody says anything. But all of a sudden, right as Mike Flynn starts to openly advocate for Donald Trump for president, all of a sudden, these memos appear in August, and Mike Flynn's name seems to be randomly inserted in dossiers about Russian influence. Wow, isn't that special? Just like Carter Page keeps appearing in these memos with successively more damaging pieces of information, just enough to hurdle a FISA court warrant, despite the fact that none of it's true. Now, what's even more interesting, remember the names, folks. There's a journalist in my book, Spygate, that appears in almost like every other chapter, I think. Michael Isikoff from Yahoo News. Michael Isikoff from Yahoo News is deeply embedded in this. Michael Isikoff, if you read the book, you'll see is working with Alexandra Chalupa on the Paul Manafort angle. He's being fed. And listen, he's a reporter. Let me just be clear. Michael Isikoff is no conservative. I have no beef with reporters taking information. I'm not knocking Isikoff. If Isikoff has information, I've taken information from sources too. I'm simply suggesting that the sources Isikoff's getting information from are Democrat embeds in the government who are feeding Isikoff what they want him to believe, that the Russians are trying to influence the Trump team and Flynn. That's all I'm saying here. But what's fascinating, Joe, is right around the time Mike Flynn starts speaking out and advocating for the Trump team heavily. Mm-hmm. In July of 2016, Isikoff confronts Mike Flynn and interviews him. And what's one of the first questions out of his mouth? The transcription of the interview is available in Carlson's piece in the show notes today. What do you think one of the first questions Isikoff asked Flynn about? Joe, this is killer. Hey, what about that trip to Russia in December of 2015 that nobody cared about until Flynn started advocating for Trump? Now, you may say, all right, Dan, but that's July. And the memo where Flynn's name seems to be randomly inserted into this Steele memo, indicating that Flynn may have been the subject of a Russian influence operation through payments and things like that. That's August 10th. Who fed Isikoff that information? Who fed Isikoff that information? We know Isikoff has a relationship with people at Fusion GPS. Was somebody feeding journalists, Isikoff and others, information, lies about Mike Flynn and Carter Page, which were being used then and funneled from said journalists to Fusion GPS, where Christopher Steele worked, to be randomly inserted into memos known as the dossier, to be given back to the Justice Department, to be used as a predicate for spying? Oh, boy, that one's going to sting, isn't it? Think about what I just told you. Talk about a circle of malfeasance. So you can't get a warrant because you have nothing. So what do? You drop a hint. If you're in the FBI and DOJ and you're an anti-Trump hack, like a lot of these upper-level Comey stroke cabal types were, Bruce Orr in the DOJ, who has a relationship with Christopher Steele, we know that. They met right before Crossfire Hurricane, the investigation into Trump started.
Right.
They float to Fusion. Hey, we need something. The Bureau's like, we can't walk into a FISA court with nothing. We don't have enough. We've already gotten turned down once. You need to give us something. They float that to Fusion. We know Orr's connected to Steele, who's working for Fusion. Steele probably floats back to Fusion. Hey, we need to produce more stuff. You know, Hillary's paying us for information. Hillary's team, they know Obama. They want information. They got to get this Trump team spied on. They need it. All of a sudden, they say, well, let's go to some reporters. The reporters get wind that they need information. All of a sudden, who randomly appears to feed the reporters information? Insiders in the Obama administration, like Alexandra Chalupa and others, who all of a sudden produce intel. Remember the Evelyn Farkas hit on MSNBC when the insider at the Obama administration at the Defense Department went on MSNBC and said, oh, if the Trump team only knew how we found out about their Russia stuff. The problem is they didn't know. They were feeding it to everybody and their mother who would listen, a bunch of reporters who were feeding it back to Fusion, who are feeding it back to the FBI. In a ring of stupid. Now, coincidentally, not, who is used in one of the original and subsequent FISA applications for a FISA warrant to spy on the Trump team and rules? What reporter is used as a bedrock of factual as like a pillar to establish that their case against Carter Page and the Trump team is genuine? What reporter's reporting is used to buttress their case in the FISA court? Michael Isikoff, the same guy who in July seems to have information he's supposed to ask Mike Flynn about the trip to Russia. Who told him that? Who fed him that information that this December 15 trip to Russia was trouble, even though it wasn't? Flynn had reported the trip and had reported the results afterwards. The DIA knew it. And once Isikoff doesn't get a satisfactory answer from Flynn in the July interview, and it's a strange answer if you read the transcript. Flynn appears taken aback by the questioning and says, I'm not being paid by the Russian government. Once Isikoff gets that on the record, who then feeds that? Hey, we've got trouble here. Back to Fusion to insert in the August 10th memo. Make sure you put Mike Flynn's name in there now. Oh, these people are subject to a Russian influence operation. Jill Stein, Carter Page, and Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn. Someone have whiteout? Mike Flynn. It's like they had a blank line being just eagerly anticipating a fill-in. Joe, is this not the craziest story ever?
This is whack, dude.
So who fed Isikoff the information that Flynn's trip to Russia was trouble, even though it wasn't? The DIA's already said he followed the rules. When Isikoff hammers him in July and Flynn doesn't come up with the right answer, who then gets back to Steele and Fusion? Is it Isikoff? That, hey, we got something here. Russia, Flynn didn't give a great answer. He said the Russians didn't pay him, but technically RT did. It's a state-controlled agency. This is going to be ugly. I think we've got the evidence we need. Who feeds it back to Steele and Fusion for the dossier? And then who gives that dossier? Obviously, it's Steele, back to the FBI and DOJ to waltz back into court with. Who then, by the way, in the court, they swear to it in October. They swear to it. And who do they use to buttress their case? Michael Isikoff, the same reporter who starts this thing in July. Oh, man, is this case full of gems, folks. And by gems, I mean lumps of coal.
Yeah.
Every single time. And, that's why I get that. Well, what's with Spike? I only report when there's something to report. And this is huge because the takeaway for you from this is that I believe the information flow was a dangerous, pernicious two-way street. It's not that intel was being fed to the Bureau, the DOJ, Fusion, and others. It's that when info was needed, even when it was a lie, the request was being made in the other direction too. Let me be clear. There's nothing wrong with an intelligence agency and say, hey, you think Joe Armacost is going to rob a bank? Give us some evidence. There is something very wrong with the intelligence agency saying, hey, we know Joe's going to rob a bank because we need him to rob a bank for political purposes, and I need you, Mr. Intelligence Source, to prove it. You see the distinction?
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of intelligence professionals that email me, and I appreciate your emails. I understand the distinction. The first thing's fine. Mm-hmm. We need info on this. That's what sources do. Already telling them what the info is when it is in fact false and telling them to go show it is totally different. What a train wreck this case is. Flynn was set up. It is so obvious. We need information on Page. Look, I've got a new memo. We need information on Flynn. Look, I've got a new memo too. You forgot to capitalize Flynn's name. Darn, how did I screw that one up? Oh, insane. You like that?
Yeah,
that was good, right?
Yeah.
I saw Jeff Carlson's piece. I was like, damn. Now put that together. Mm-hmm. Go read and go listen to the Scandal Exposed from last week. Read Lee Smith's piece. Listen to this show and read Carlson's piece, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. This was a two-way street. It was information and intelligence a la carte. Whatever you need, we got it. All right. All right, this spot brought to you by our friends over at Bravo Company. Honest reporting is over. Understand, I know you already get it, the media are full-blown activists. They are liberal activists. They are not to be taken seriously. The fact that the President of the United States, the duly elected President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is giving his first Oval Office address, and the networks even had to deliberate for a moment on broadcasting it, speaks volumes to what shams they are. Total shams, hoaxes. These are not genuine folks over there. Now, they acquiesced, of course, because they had to, because it would have been to their eternal shame had they not, had they refused to broadcast an Oval Office address. And by the way, everybody just would have tuned into Fox anyway, which is what everybody will do. So you can watch it on Fox. Don't give any of these people the airtime. It's supposed to be 8 minutes, but the fact that this was even an issue is just really just disgraceful. I had can I just one quick story on this? When I was in my prior line of work, one of the finer moments in my career, one of the moments where I was really just unbelievably proud of what I did at the time was when President Bush gave his speech. Now, let me just be candid with you. Policy-wise, I never was a proponent of the Iraq War ever, or the surge. I want to be clear on that so I don't get 1,000 emails. I wasn't advocating for that, but I was on duty the night at the White House when he gave his famous Oval Office speech. I kind of wrote about it in my first book. I did write about it in my first book. When he gave his Oval Office speech about the surge, and estimates of people watching were obviously in the tens of millions, and it was everybody around the world. Why? Because it was such an important speech, whether you agreed with the policy, which I didn't at the time, or did not. But I was outside the Oval when that was going on. And they leave the door open in the Oval Office when that's happening. And watching it and just sitting there right outside the office, seeing President Bush in front, and behind the Resolute, the desk, and giving that speech to basically every important person in the globe was a really transformative experience for me, where it really hit me like, wow, this is really for real. Standing there, it was an honor. It really was, even though, like I said, the policy wasn't my favorite. I was standing probably 10 feet away from him. And I remember when the guy came to push me, the agent, relieve me. Like, I was like, I thought to myself, I'll stay. You can't, of course, but just a quick note. Sorry. Don't mean to interrupt you with personal stories, but watching that live was pretty incredible. So check that out tonight. Let's see. So much here. I have an interesting thread here from James Toronto. I want to point out to you some more media bias. Media bias stories can be interesting. Sometimes they're dopey. But this is important because you're going to see a lot of this given the prominence of female candidates in what I believe is going to be the 2020 enlarged 2020 field on the Democrat side for the presidency. We already have one announced candidate in an exploratory mode, which Joe and I, of course, know is nonsense, not exploratory. They're not exploring anything she's going to run, in Elizabeth Warren. I'm also expecting a number of other female candidates to jump in on the Democrat side. Amy Klobuchar, distinct possibility Kirsten Gillibrand from New York, Kamala Harris, senator from California. It's going to be a packed field on the Democrat side. There are going to be a lot of female candidates. Now, I bring that up not to bore you with mundane details, but you can expect a bunch of Washington Post, New York Times driven drivel about nonsense, made up and fake misogyny and misogynist charge anytime you criticize a female candidate. It's starting already, but James Toronto, who writes at the Wall Street Journal, absolutely dismantled Dave Weigel from the Washington Post and his co-author on a Washington Post piece, and it is a thing of beauty. And I just want to point it out there to show you, because it's going to happen. You're going to see this stuff all throughout the campaign anytime a female candidate is mentioned. There's everything you say is going to be misogynistic. It doesn't matter. So Weigel at the Washington Post, who's come after me in the past, and kind of a silly manner, but whatever. Weigel wrote this piece, and the gist of it, Joe, is that questioning Elizabeth Warren's, likability is misogynistic. Like, they don't question likability for male candidates. Like, this is just, you see, folks, you see where I'm going with this? Because Toronto did such a thorough debunking on this Twitter thread that it's almost humorous, okay? So the premise, just to be clear what the premise is, Weigel wants you to believe that questioning a female candidate's, quote, likability is inherently misogynistic because they don't do that for male candidates. Oh, really? They don't. Okay. From the Washington Post, James Toronto. He's got headline screenshots. Headline number one, Joe. Sorry, this is so great. This is so great. Talk about owning the libs, right? The likability problem of Ted Cruz. Oh. Washington Post. Headline number two. Rubio critics say he's too likable for his own good. The Washington Post. Then Toronto, because he's running out of space on Twitter of all these headlines, he just starts screenshotting Google checks on us. Here's a Google check from 2012 on whether Mitt Romney was likable. Ruth Marcus from the Washington Post. Is Mitt Romney likable enough to win? Another Washington Post article. Can Mitt Romney become more likable? Another headline from the Washington Post. Can Mitt Romney be likable? Play that laugh guy again. We need that. Thank you, Chucky. We needed that right. Folks, it goes on. On the Dem side, males who were questioned for being likable. Washington Post about John Edwards. Being likable wasn't enough. What? I could go on all day. I'm going to stop here and just to save you but this is this is all from the Washington Post. Remember Weigel's point. They never question men being likable. Here's another one. Michael Dukakis back in 1988. For Dukakis, this is the headline. A challenge to be likable. Folks, do you understand why these folks are such clowns? They just make it up. They just make it up. The Washington Post has questioned likability of male and female. By the way, here's another female one, just in case you think, all right, this was only guys. Now they've questioned other females too. The Washington Post from The Fix. I think that's Chris Cillizza's thing. Hillary Clinton has a likability problem. Donald Trump has a likability epidemic. This is a made-up story. This is the very genesis of fake news, ladies and gentlemen. Fake news. It's fake. It's made up. But this is how a lie travels around the globe before the truth is even heard. All right, one last note. I was on Hannity last night with Geraldo. For some of you saw it. Some of you may not have. If you missed it, it was pretty explosive. It was on immigration, which is always a hot topic. Geraldo is very passionate about the topic. So am I. I try not to make it personal with anyone. And, Geraldo he has a different view than I do. Right. But the topic came up about Ronil Singh and Americans being killed by people in the country illegally. And it was fiery, to say the least. Me and Sean both really went at Geraldo pretty heavy when he insisted we were politicizing the tragic deaths of these people killed, including the police officer, by illegal immigrants, which I found fascinating because he then proceeded to immediately make the argument political by discussing the presence of dreamers in the country, and which I found odd. Like, you're making a political argument as you're accusing us, despite the death of many Americans due to people in the country illegally, of making it political. So I just I have in the show notes a piece from BizPac Review, Samantha Chang. She wrote up on it, and the video's there. I encourage you to watch it. It's short. It's about a 6-minute segment, but check it out. Because this has to be said, folks, and this is a passionate argument because our national security matters and so do our borders. But 2 quick points I was trying to make, but it got passionate right away, and sometimes it doesn't come across on the screen. There is no global right, folks, or claim on U.S. citizenship. None. If you are not a citizen of the United States, you have absolutely no right to be here without our permission. It is our country. We pay for it. Our families have given lives for it. Some of you have lost sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers. Some of you warriors out there have come back with no legs, missing limbs, missing eyes, like Dan Crenshaw and Brian Masters, my congressman, missing the bottom half of both of his legs. It's our country. It is ours. We fought for it. We have every right to say who is allowed and not allowed to come in here. You have no right as a non-U.S. citizen to declare your claim on U.S. citizenship without our permission. And we make no apologies for that. We have been the most generous country to immigrants in human history. We've taken in millions of people from around the world. But you claim nothing without our explicit permission to our lawmakers through a legal process. You do it the right way, you will be gladly, openly welcomed and integrated into the fabric of our society. You violate our laws, no. You have to go. I don't know if Geraldo if that came across last night. But secondly, you can cite to me all the statistics you want about people coming into the country illegally, being less prone to commit crime later. Those statistics are off, folks. The reason those statistics are off about the crime rates amongst illegal immigrants, Joe, is because most states do not keep an accurate tally of what the immigration status is of people they arrest. I had Matt Palumbo write a piece on this. Those statistics are not accurate. But the bottom line is those statistics don't matter. Because if you're in the country illegally, and if even one person commits a crime, 100% of people in the country illegally should not be here to commit that crime. That is it. There is no other argument to be made. We have laws for a reason. They matter. Please watch the clip. I think you'll like it. Folks, check out the show notes today. They are really it's the best compilation I put together in a long time. You got the Carlson piece. Please go listen to the Scandal Exposed. Read the Lee Smith piece if you haven't heard it. That's embedded in that as well. And if you wouldn't mind, please subscribe to the podcast on iTunes. It is free. It makes a big difference. Of course, we're not charging anybody. I hope that the price thing made a difference in the beginning. And follow us on iHeart, SoundCloud, and elsewhere. It is free, but it helps us move up the charts. It helps other people find our content. But that's thanks to you. So I really appreciate you all doing that. We haven't been out of the iTunes top charts in forever because you keep subscribing. That's actually measured on subscription. So we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot, folks. I appreciate it. I will see you all tomorrow. Don't miss the speech tonight. We'll cover it all tomorrow.
You just heard The Dan Bongino Show. You can also get Dan's podcasts on iTunes or SoundCloud. And
right on. 2 episodes of Bongino back to back. Because that's how we roll around here. Oh. Had a loogie in there. And also Mexicans and other immigrants can build a house. Yeah, they can. Well, I'm not. So can Americans. I'm not sure what your point is there, bub.
On this crisis at the southern border involving drugs, illegal immigration, and the all-out assault on the United States of America. I said I like the idea of a national address. I don't know the networks would give him the time. You know, they don't have to, but a national address that's written and prompted could explain what's going on and why. And guess what? It's going to happen. There's going to be a national address tonight. It's just more evidence that I, a guy in a golf shirt, by the way, with my own name on it today, in Palm Beach, is exacting heavy influence on the machinations of the Oval Office. Great to have you here, folks. 800-282-2882. If you want to join us on the program today, the email address, lrushmo@eibnet.us. There's going to be an official Democrat response. It'll be a joint response. Chuck and Nancy are going to join together to do a coordinated universal response to President Trump. And I remember these responses usually happen after something like the State of the Union show. And I remember that one of the first times I almost got fired. I was working in Pittsburgh. It was 1973. And Nixon, Richard Nixon, President Nixon, did some kind of a national address. I don't know what it was. And the Democrats started caterwauling, demanding equal time, demanding a chance to reply. Well, I was working as a disc jockey on an oldies station. So I went out and doing the morning show, and the next day started railing. What do they think they get equal time for? Who in the world demands that? Who do they think they are? And I almost got fired. I got an official letter delivered by courier from the management of the station saying that I do not speak editorially for the station, and I will cease and desist from ever doing so again if I know what's good for me. So I followed instructions. I didn't say another word openly. I found ways to disguise my commentary that they didn't pick up on, and ended up getting fired for playing Under My Thumb too many times, Rolling Stone song, not for violating station restrictions on editorial comment. And then the next thing that I recall, my favorite response, and there have been many, and it's hard to single one out. It was during the august presidency of Ronaldus Magnus. At his apex, he was at the peak of popularity. He had just won his second landslide election, I think 49 states. And after a State of the Union, it came time for the Democrats to respond. By this time, they had been etched in stone, and the out-of-power party was automatically granted time to respond. And the Democrats chose the then Speaker of the House, Fort Worthless Jim Wright, who was this shifty-eyed, high-browed guy. He looked like he was eyeing everybody very warily. And I'll never forget, this was all during the Iran-Contra scandal where the Democrats were trying to prevent Reagan from stopping the Soviet Union from establishing a communist client state in Nicaragua. The Democrats were aiding the Soviet Union in establishing a Soviet base. And it was during that period of controversy. I'll never forget. I don't remember anything other than Jim Wright and that devilish, I shouldn't say that sinister smile with the eyebrows that looked like they were on a trampoline. And he was saying, we only want to help the president. We only want to work with the president. And I'm like, you lying. You just, and I just had more fun with that. So and whenever there are popular presidents, the worst duty you can draw is to be assigned the response. And what the out of power party generally does is pick somebody they think is an up-and-comer and let them do it on the theory that they might be up-and-coming. and they might have a future, and we'll throw them out there, and we'll see how they're reacted to it. It's always a very tough thing to do. But this one, you could debate Trump's popularity. I think it's greater. I think it's a little higher than the drive-by media would have you believe. But one thing is clear: Chuck and Nancy do not think anybody likes Trump, and it's going to be fascinating to me to see their attitude. Is it going to be arrogant? Is it going to be condescending? Is it going to be insulting of Trump like Gavin Newsom was in his inaugural address as the governor of California? All he did was take out after Trump. We got details of this coming up. There's lots of stuff I want to get to today, including a debate has ensued over whether or not the president can actually invoke emergency powers to build a wall or to shut it down. And the consensus among legal minds that I respect is that it's a no-brainer, that there is an act of Congress from 1976 that permits him to do just that. And it's a pretty damn broad power. It's the Executive Emergencies Act, 1976. You know what else it allows a president to do? Confiscate and shut down a business, if he thinks. This is a post-Watergate piece of legislation. The National Emergencies Act, 1976, allows the president the power. Congress gave him the power to use his powers in emergencies that he decides. The media did not give him this power. He did not give this power to himself. The Congress did in 1976. And it's really strange when you consider that it's post-Watergate, and the Democrats, I'm sure, thought that there was never going to be another Republican president again.
You gross.
And Nixon had destroyed in their minds the Republican Party, and so they're passing laws that are expanding the powers of the executive branch like mad because they think they're going to be occupying it in perpetuity. And now it's one of these things that's come back to bite them. So this is a debate that's raging, and it doesn't seem to me to be much of a question legally. And precisely because of that, the media and the Democrats are attempting to muddy the waters here and make it look like the law doesn't exist and that Trump is a power-mad, dictatorial, incompetent buffoon who's putting the nation at great risk. But is what's happening at the southern border an emergency? This is a question that I think is a microcosm of the overall question that we face regarding the country at large. Are we in a crisis? And if you're like me, there's no question about it. We are. And to me, the election of 2016 remains a no-brainer. There was simply no way. There was no way I and many of you think that this country was going to survive as founded if Hillary Clinton had been elected. And it was nothing more complicated than that. If the Tasmanian devil had gotten the Republican nomination, he would have gotten my support. I say as an illustration, simply because it was unacceptable. Another 2 terms, 8 years of Hillary Clinton furthering the Obama agenda. We need to stop and think, what would the country be right now if Hillary had won? What things has Trump done that would not have happened? We would not have a roaring economy. We would not have a reinvigorated manufacturing sector. We would be full party players to whatever climate change insanity. We would be bankrupt out the wazoo even more so than we are. American society and culture would have further disintegrated, and there wouldn't be anything stopping it. It is, if you look at this in kind of the same context that the movie It's a Wonderful Life was made, George Bailey, what would life have been in Bedford Falls if he had never lived? Well, it was a devastating vision, and the same thing here. And part of the reason for this crisis is precisely what's happening on the southern border. How about there have been 235,000 arrests of illegal aliens by ICE in the last year alone? That number includes 4,000 arrests for homicide, 30,000 arrests for sex crimes, and over 100,000 arrests for assault. How can anybody look at those numbers and say this isn't a crisis? In the overall invasion aspect of the sheer numbers of people who are coming who have no desire to assimilate, have no desire to become part of what is and has been a distinct American culture. Rather, they come here and become pawns of a Democrat Party seeking to undermine that very culture. Although there is some surprising polling data, something in the neighborhood of 30% of Hispanic voters approve of the job Trump is doing. So some of the conventional wisdom is wrong about what happens to people who eventually come here. But the objective of the Democrats is very clear: to convert every one of them to a ward of the state, to keep them with meager incomes, to keep them uneducated, to keep them totally dependent. The overall impact of that on the culture, on our morality, on the whole concept of guardrails and right and wrong itself is a crisis, and it's an even larger one if you consider the assaults on the country made by the Democrats and their madcap left. And by the way, speaking of that, it has become apparent to me that Pelosi and Schumer do not like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Have you noticed CNN, Chris Cillizza, our old buddy Chris, formerly of the Washington Post, now over at CNN, has just written a devastating piece about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, saying she doesn't know what she's talking about, saying she's dead wrong about everything. She has no facts. She poses a grade. There's no question that piece is the product of Pelosi and Schumer working the media. Because I'm telling you, I predicted this, that the Democrat leadership is not hip to this young bunch of millennials pouring in here and some of these other radicals. They're not hip to it. I mean, they run that party and they run the American left, and they're not going to let some young uppity come in here and upset the apple cart. It's like anybody else that holds power. They're not just going to cede it, C-E-D-E, for those of you in real, they're not going to cede it to a bunch of newcomers that don't know what they're doing. And so while we very seldom see the drive-by media turn on Democrats, when we do see it, we have to realize it isn't because of ideology. It isn't because the media person has decided they don't like the policies of these new arrivals. It's because the leadership of the Democrat Party, to whom media is beholden, has decided that these young upstarts need to be shown the way of life, and that is to get hit by the drive-by media. And it's one of the best and clearest signs yet that Pelosi is not at all happy with Cortez or some of these others who were showing up. But back to the border, look at the drug situation, just the drug problem that an open border is causing should be enough to be considered a national emergency. Get this, more than 90% of the drugs coming into the country are coming across the southern border. 90% of the illegal drugs. And when the number of overdoses on heroin and meth and crystal meth have caused 3 times the number of American deaths than the number of Americans killed during the entire war in Vietnam, how can you say we don't have a crisis? Of course, you know what the number one cause of death last year was? For the first time, it wasn't the wheel, meaning automobiles. I always like to say the largest cause of death in America is the wheel. What do you mean? Well, I'm saying you people want to ban everything that kills people. Better ban the automobile. Except now, the global warming crowd, yeah, I like that idea. But the wheel largely has been responsible for greatest numbers of deaths. But it was superseded by something else, abortion. Abortion has now become the leading cause of death in the United States. You couple that with the birth rate replacement level not being enough to maintain our current population. You look at the southern border, and the Democrats have said, great, prosperous Americans are not reproducing, and we get to keep the border open and replace people who would otherwise have been born with a normal birth rate replacement level. And the Democrats are salivating over their future. And that's another reason why it's a crisis at the southern border. Quickly before the break, I want to read something to you by a well-known left-wing journalist. It's a tweet. I want to ask you, who thinks this way? Are you ready? Here we go. It's Roger Simon. Quote, if it were possible, would you subtract one day off your life and add it to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's life for one extra day of good health? If just 10,000 people did this, we could add 27 productive years to her life. Now, how many of these fools on the left are going to read, hey, I'll give up a day. How do I do it? I'll give up a day of my life. How do I do it? What do I do? Who thinks this way? If just 10,000 people would die a day sooner than they're going to, and somehow transfer that day to the life of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, why, she could be on the court another 27 years and save us. Who thinks this way? I mean, this is beyond ludicrous. It's Mr. Limbaugh, you don't understand. He's trying to make a point of compassion. He's trying to show how big. No, this is asinine. This is illustrative of a certain kind of thinking that is scary, funny, hilarious, and quite illuminating at the same time. You know what I'd like? I'd like the Democrat response tonight to be an expressive dance by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, where she can combine her expressive dance and her rhetoric and tell everybody what a heathen and a bad guy Donald Trump is. Let me ask you this, folks. If it were possible, would you subtract one day off of your life if it would add 1 mile to a wall along the southern border? Would you give up one day of your life if it would add a mile? Would you give up one day of your life if it would add a quarter of a mile? Just think, if 2,000 people did this, it would save thousands of lives by limiting violent gang members and criminals and terrorists from entering the country. It would slow the flow of dangerous illegal drugs. It would prevent the overloading of emergency rooms and welfare programs, and it would protect jobs of those here legally. But I don't know how many people would give up a day of their lives if it would add 1 mile. But keeping a radical leftist on the court forever to write law, they'll give up a day of that. I'm sure there's going to be people calling and writing, how do I do it? I would love to give Ruth Bader. They've already offered her their hearts. They have offered their kidneys. Some have offered their genitals, whatever it takes to keep Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg alive. If just 10,000 people gave a day of their lives to Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg, why, we could have her on the court for 27 more productive years. Anybody seen the movie on Netflix, Bird Box? Have you seen it? Do you know the premise behind the movie? Oh, it's fascinating. It's a horror movie. And the monster or monsters are invisible, but if you see them, it renders you suicidally insane. And so everybody to survive has to either be blind or wear blindfolds. Now, there's a lesson here. This Netflix movie, Bird Box, it stars Sandra Bullock. John Malkovich is in it. It's got a pretty good cast. Anyway, the evil is a bunch of monsters. And there's a body of thought that, no, you laugh, but there's a body of thought that the people that wrote and produced this movie are actually targeting and criticizing social media as the destructive monster. And indeed, if you know that going in, if you know that people think that going in, certain elements of the dialogue can make you think this is really what the symbolism is all about. That social media is dehumanizing, that it ends up paralyzing you, it blinds you, it destroys you. And other people think that it goes a bit deeper than that. But the bottom line is, you never see the monsters in the movie. They originally were going to be, they tried to create monsters that were ugly, lifelike human babies. That was what they were originally going to look like. Then they decided, nope, the monsters will never be seen. The sane, normal, mentally well-adjusted people who see them immediately become suicidal and insane. They lose their minds and want to kill themselves, and they do it instantly. The insane people at mental institutions are not affected by the sight of the monsters. They love them, and they want everybody to see them. And the criminally insane get out of prison and are running all over the place trying to take blindfolds off of people. That's how you protect yourself. Because the insane think it's the greatest thing in the world and everybody ought to look, but they're spreading mass death. So to avoid being rendered dead, suicidal, you have to be blind. The blind never are affected, so people that wear blindfolds also are protected. There's some weird things, like the monsters somehow can't get inside a house. If you can go in a house, you don't have to wear your blindfold. These monsters that should kill you on instant sight cannot get into a house. They can't go through walls somehow. Anyway, it's become a metaphor for social media, and maybe a commentary on it. And it's created as pop culture does, there are people all over the country now driving with blindfolds. Sandra Bullock, in one section of the movie, pilots a rowboat with 2 infant babies for 42 days on a river with rapids and survives it, all while blindfolded. Impossible things. People are out trying to do it. YouTube idiots are blindfolding themselves and running into traffic, trying to make sure that cars will stop to avoid hitting them. If they're just trying to get in on it's like when Princess Di died. Everybody wanted to be part of the story, so they went over to the UK, laid flowers, tried to get in every camera shot. But the premise, if you don't see the evil, you are spared. If you shield yourself from the evil, from the monster, from the death, whatever, it just got me to thinking, what if we could blindfold Republicans in Washington so that they could not see the evil and therefore not be affected by it? I know unrealistic would never happen, but it still serves to make the point. Have you heard the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, in his inaugural address, attacked Trump? I mean, in every which way possible. That's what his inaugural address was, an attack on Trump, and then he claimed that California was going to be a sanctuary for anybody and anything. It didn't want anything to do with Trump. California will become an alternative to the corruption and the incompetence in the White House. He said, we will offer an alternative to the corruption, the incompetence in the White House. Our government will be progressive, principled, and always on the side of the people. 15 years ago, when I was a new mayor of San Francisco and I heard politicians in Washington sneering at California values and attacking our LGBTQ community, I remembered what my father taught me, that it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. And that's what we did. And look at what a showplace San Francisco is today. Piles of human feces so numerous that people have to create maps so that tourists will know how to avoid literal piles of human feces and syringes and drug paraphernalia. San Francisco's such a showplace that most of the people that work there cannot afford to live there. And now we have a newly elected governor who is such a never-Trumper, is so distorted with poisonous hatred of Donald Trump that he has pledged to turn California into whatever it needs to be to engender Trump's hatred and dislike. What an agenda. What an agenda. The new governor is going to make California anything and everything Donald Trump would oppose. Well, Governor Newsom, bring it on. Now we move to the right coast and we go to the mayor of New York City, who has announced comprehensive health care for everybody in what NBC New York calls an historic surprise announcement. It's not health insurance. It's the city paying for direct comprehensive care for those who cannot afford it or for the undocumented. This is a promise to destroy the city. It is a promise to bankrupt the city. Not a single assertion about cost has been challenged in this story about health care for all in New York City. They are asserting, based on the fact that they've got 600,000 people there whose incomes are near $100 million, they're asserting that that is enough money that they can cover annual health care at $185 per year per person. So the governor or the mayor of New York has figured out that $185 per person per year will guarantee universal health coverage for everybody. In $185 a year? How many office visits alone are going to eat up $185? How many tests? How many MRIs? This is absurd and it's insane. And I have an idea. No, I'm not kidding. New York City will begin guaranteeing comprehensive health care to every single resident, regardless of someone's ability to pay or immigration status. It's an unprecedented plan that will protect the more than 500,000 New Yorkers currently using the emergency room as a primary provider, said the mayor. You know, it's not health insurance. This is the city paying for direct comprehensive care, not just the emergency room, for people that can't afford it. De Blasio said the plan will provide primary and specialty care from pediatrics to OBGYN, geriatric, mental health, climate change, disasters, other services to the 600,000 uninsured. He said the city already has the foundation for such a plan. Okay, so I have an idea. I think we should encourage them to do it. What is it we've always been told? States are the laboratories. States are the laboratories of democracy. It is in the states that some of the out of the usual, out of the way, abnormal ideas can be tried. In fact, this is what they're for, and who knows? Maybe they'll work, maybe they won't. But before we institute anything nationally, let the state laboratories experiment and try them out. Okay, so California is a one-party socialist state. California has lost lots of millionaires and lots of billionaires thanks to capitalism. It not lost, it has lots. It has probably the wealthiest people in the country are in California. Millionaires, billionaires, because of capitalism, not because of anything in the state government. California has lots of sunshine. They have a lot of wind for green energy. They're well positioned to harness the power of earthquakes. Can you imagine if they could engineer some earthquakes and the power they could get from that to run various power plants? It's a time for choosing. Let's see if it works. Let's see if California can indeed be an alternative to the way the United States as a whole has run. That California can become utopia. California can become Eden. California can become everything Donald Trump opposes. And let's see what happens. We already know what's going to happen because it's already begun to happen. Same thing in New York. If they want to do mandated comprehensive health care for everybody. Let's let them do it. Let's see how it works. Just stand aside, let the people of California who voted for this stuff live with it. Same way with the people of New York City who voted for it. New York City can provide free health care. California can make fossil fuels illegal. California can tax the hell out of success. New York, likewise. Both states, well, the city and the state, they can make a big move to destroy the middle class and create a have and have-not society, the uber wealthy and the have-nothings. And let's just see the utopias they end up with. And let's just see if anybody wants to move there. Let's just see if there's a massive movement to replicate these scenarios elsewhere around the country. Gavin Newsom, the new governor of California, shortly after he took office, so one of his first orders of business will be to convert to a single-payer healthcare system, and he has declared his intent to reinstate the Obamacare individual mandate state level. Now, it's been declared unconstitutional. The individual mandate is illegal. It's against the law. It's unconstitutional. It's been so decided. So here comes a new governor of California. We're going to reinstitute the individual mandate in California. California is not a respite, in other words, from illegal or unconstitutional federal laws, even though laws have been deemed illegal or unconstitutional in the country, not in California. So, mandated health care for everybody, mandated that people who can afford it buy it, and that's going to be a decreasing number of people. Little audio soundbite. Let me start here at number 2. The drive-bys have a new tack. The drive-by media, a new approach here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, rather than Trump listening to me, which has been their foolhardy story since before Christmas, just to refresh your memory, in case you've been away and don't know the history of this, very briefly, Trump was all set to sign a continuing resolution, keep the government open with no money for a wall, no money for border security. That was the news. On this program, I heard about this, and I said, this is a bad thing to do. This is, I can't believe, no, don't do this. And immediately I got an instant message from somebody in the White House assuring me the story wasn't true. The president wasn't going to sign it, and he was never going to sign any legislation that does not have money for the wall in it. And this I reported to you. I said, I just received a note from a third party from the president assuring me that he's not going to sign it. Drive-bys took that and totally reworked it and made it look like Trump was already signing it. He'd maybe even already had written the D of his signature. And then somebody rushed in and said, Mr. President, Rush Limbaugh says, no, don't do it. And Trump stopped. That's the story they ran with. That's not at all what happened. He was never going to sign it. I was reporting that he was going to sign it. He got word to me that the reporting was wrong. So the drive-bys then start saying that I am the cause of the government shutdown because I am the real president because Trump is too big a dodo to know what to do without me telling him. I corrected them the next day. I said, you guys are getting this totally wrong. They're doing it on purpose. It was a way of diminishing Trump and getting people mad at me. Well, apparently it didn't go the way they intended because now there's a new tack. They've decided on a new narrative, and that is that I tricked Trump. That Trump's voters don't really care about the wall, and he's being lied to by people like me. Would somebody kill the music there? That he's being lied to by people like me. That his voters don't care. That they're perfectly fine with him signing legislation that has no money in it for the wall. Here, we have a little montage of the drive-bys attempting this new tack.
Into a corner. Rush Limbaugh called him and said, "You can't bend on this." He has nowhere to go.
The radical right, Rush Limbaugh, suggested to him that he will lose his base over this.
Rush Limbaugh, who pitchforked him into this situation in the first place.
The Rush Limbaugh base he was scared by.
Rush Limbaugh, that's the voice in his head.
Trump's trepidation of individuals with names like Rush Limbaugh. Donald Trump's base is not holding him to a wall. The media has been holding Donald Trump to a wall, specifically the right-wing media.
The fringe of the Republican Party, the Rush Limbaughs, screech again at the president. Is it legitimate that these people should govern, or should the president and Congress govern?
Don't you just love that? Christiana Amanpour, who thinks it's her job to govern. It is her job to have influence with people in the foreign policy administration and to have daily chats with them and discuss the proprieties of whether or not we should cooperate with the European Union or not. She thinks she has the influence over government policy with her contacts and the people she knows in the swamp, in the establishment. They can't stand it. And especially, see, they think talk radio is the lowest rung on the showbiz ladder, and it just galls them. Everything about the way they think of my success just galls them. So now, Trump is even stupider than they thought. Now Trump is being tricked. It's not that Trump is listening to me for his own best interest. Now Trump is being tricked by me into doing things not in his own best interests. And the drive-bys must be getting frustrated because they're unable to alter the course of events here, so they change these narratives off and on, and this is the latest incarnation of it.
Talk radio personality of all time, Rush.
Okay, the fastest 3 hours in media is underway and rolling on, and I apologize. I really intended to get started on phones in this hour, but I just didn't make it. And we have some good ones up there. It looks like somebody doesn't understand the obsession with Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg. Be happy to explain that. We'll be back. Sit tight. Is in the Middle East. Mike Pompeo is Secretary of State's in the Middle East. And he just was heard and videoed talking to some king that he has seen the speech Trump is giving tonight. He paused and then laughed and said it's going to make a lot of news. I assume this is Pompeo saying this, not the king, although I wouldn't be surprised if the king has seen the speech. I don't know which king. I don't know where Pompeo is. I just got this note from somebody who is keeping a sharp eye on the drive-by media. So, anyway, the drive-bys are going to get a hold of this. You know what CNN is going to fact-check Trump's speech live. If you watch CNN tonight, they are going to have Chiron graphics pointing out when they think Trump has lied, when Trump is making it up, what you should believe, what you shouldn't believe. Let's see. In fact, grab soundbite number 7, and then we'll do number 8. This is Joe Lockhart, the former spokesman for Bill Clinton. White House press secretary, Joe Lockhart. Wait. How these guys run together? Was it Clinton or Obama? It had to be Clinton, because this guy then I don't remember. One of the two. Then he ended up being the chief of communications for the National Football League. During the kneeling and all that stuff. And he ended up leaving. Obama rented his house in Colorado section of Washington, around which there are numerous fences, by the way. There are numerous fences and walls. So Lockhart was on CNN New Day today, and he had this idea about covering Trump's national address tonight.
The networks, I hope, struggled yesterday with the decision to put this on because he consistently hasn't told the truth. And, someone's got to fact check that. If I were a network executive, which I'm not, I wouldn't put this on live. I would let him give the address and I'd look at it and find out what's true, what's not, or I'd say, give me the text in advance. Let us decide in advance what's true, what's not, because we shouldn't be using our public airwaves for someone to spew more of these lies. You know, you have a president who's trying to create hysteria for his own political purposes, not to protect the American people.
The audacity of this is almost incomprehensible. So let us in the media, let us Democrats, let us radical leftists who define the truth to be whatever we say it is, let us see Trump's speech in advance and let us determine what's fit to be seen and heard and what isn't. Let us decide whether or not Trump is telling the truth. Yeah, Lockhart worked for Clinton. And Lockhart rented Obama's house. Exactly right. And the one with a bunch of walls around it. Let us determine what is cynical and what isn't. Let us determine what's hysterical and what isn't. Let us determine what you should see and what you should not see in advance. The White House should give us the text. This is, by the way, a request for somebody there to leak the speech to them. This is actually what Lockhart is asking. He's asking for some Trump saboteur in the White House to leak Trump's speech, the text of it, so that they can do it right, so that they can protect the nation from the lies and from the hysteria that Trump intends to say tonight, because Trump doesn't want to fix anything. He just wants to create chaos. And so Lockhart is saying we at CNN should determine what the Americans see and what the American people don't see. We alone should determine whether the president is factually correct or not, whether he's lying or not, and then whether or not the president should be heard or seen. David Gregory this morning, same program, now at CNN, formerly of Meet the Press, had this to say.
I think there's an opportunity and a responsibility, and I know CNN will do it, to really scrutinize what the president says in real time, as well as provide Democrats an opportunity to respond so that there can be some debate in prime time that's in the national interest about the government shutdown and about whether there is any kind of emergency at the border, which has been a case thus far made with so many falsehoods that are provably false.
Okay, so these guys are convinced that Trump is lying, that his speech tonight's going to be filled with more lies, and that they are going to basically, as a public service and as media responsibility, they're going to provide real-time commentary and analysis. I mean, line by line, they're going to determine whether Trump says something true or false and let you know. You know, this is something we used to do on Rush Limbaugh, the television show. Now, we didn't do it with live because our show wasn't live, but we did this. When Democrats spoke, we suggested people create various signs to put on their TV screens to help them watch a bunch of lying sack Democrats and have fun with it. Gee, I have more ideas being pilfered and stolen and used by the drive-by media than I can keep track of anymore. But aside from that, the audacity of this, you think they would ever do this with Obama? You think they would ever even try this with Obama? And if they do this with Trump, which they're going to do, are they not setting a precedent for now doing this all the time in the future, whoever the president is, if they determine the president should not have the right to address the American people without the media filtering it first? You know, their presidents are going to get a pass on this. And the drive-bys, of course, have announced that they are going to carry the Democrat response. Chuck and Nancy are going to respond to President Trump tonight. This could be... could be fun. I'll tell you why. It's because the Democrats and the media are so cocksure that Trump is going to just make a fool of himself. They are just certain that this is the night they're going to expose Trump for everything they think he is. This is the night that they're going to destroy Trump because Trump has lied through his teeth about immigration, illegal immigration, and the wall, and the crisis at the border. And tonight they're going to expose it all. And then we have the news that Pompeo is out there talking to some king somewhere, telling him that he's seen the speech that Trump is giving. He paused and laughed and said it's going to make a lot of news. It's I'll tell you what it is. It's almost like the Roadrunner and Coyote. And the media and the Democrats are the Coyote. And they think they've got the Roadrunner in their sights how many times in a 30-minute show? And the anvil still ends up falling on their head where Trump is concerned. And the anvil falling on their head, the analogy is Trump is president the next day. Trump continues to be president, and he continues to try to implement his agenda despite their best efforts to stop him. And they have launched everything in their arsenal to stop Trump, and they haven't been able to. And they keep launching. And every time they get an opportunity like this, they think this is D-Day. This is the day it's going to happen. I'll tell you, the night before the Mueller report comes out, they may not be able to contain themselves. But they're already starting to wonder. Some various people in the drive-by media starting to worry because there haven't been any substantive leaks. What happens if Mueller doesn't have anything? They are starting. Are they going to fact-check Chuck and No, they're going to fact-check Chuck and Nancy. Don't be silly. They're not going to fact-check Chuck and Nancy. They're going to automatically assume that Chuck and Nancy are telling the truth in order to save a beleaguered nation from this disaster. You know, fact-checking was practically invented for the 2008 campaign because the drive-bys felt they had to tear down every criticism of Obama. You remember this? In the 2008 campaign, Obama was out with one whopper after another. We had the Reverend Wright aspect of the campaign and Obama's real history and whether or not he was born wherever he was. And there were just constant attacks. So the fact-checking industry was practically born as a means of destroying the critics of Obama. And then once Obama was elected, all the fact-check sites announced that they were going to go dark, unless they needed to defend Obama on some important point again. But that's how fact-checking in its current existence really got going. Let me, since I didn't get into a call in the first hour, let me start now with remaining moments in this opening segment. We'll start Redondo Beach, California with Travis. Thank you for holding, sir. How are you?
I'm great. Long time listener, first time caller. Let me get to the point. They say that 1 in 3 women or children are raped coming, to America through the border. Doesn't that make, at least 1 in 3 of the illegal men rapists, or if not, serial rapists coming through? And why is nobody right, left, or center talking about it?
What is the stat that you've heard? 1/3 of women.
Yeah, approximately 1/3. Approximately. Understand? I'm conservative, so I might be wrong.
No, but I'm trying to. Is this in caravans like from Honduras and Guatemala, or is this just the normal run-of-the-mill illegal immigration crush at the border from Mexico?
Again, I'm not positive, but as I understand it, it's just the normal.
1/3 of women face rape on the way to the
women or children. Women or children.
And they're facing rape or they're being raped?
They're being raped, women and children. That's what they say on TV.
No. Okay, that means so your point is that means somebody's raping them.
That's correct.
And that those people are probably part of the crowd trying to get into the country, and therefore the left is sponsoring a bunch of rapists being allowed into the country.
And and pedophiles.
Yes, of course, pedophiles, pedos, absolutely right. Well, I have a vague memory recollection of this statistic. I'm not actually certain of the. This sounds too easy to criticize. I'm not sure that the rapists, the alleged rapists, are actually part of the crowd, the caravan or whatever, immigrating. That they are just part of the populations that these great pioneers have to traverse on their 1,000-mile journey from Central America to the southern border that they face. Not that the men in the group are racists, because that would, as you point out, that would defeat the whole purpose. Because these people are not considered to be in any way. I mean, you start talking about the criminal makeup of this group, and the left immediately hits you back as a racist. If you utter any criticism whatsoever of any of these people trying to get in the country illegally, you are immediately attacked as a racist and a bigot. So I'll have to check. I appreciate the call, though. Thanks, Travis. This is Saul in Brooklyn. You're next, sir. Great to have you on the EIB network. Hi.
Hi, Rush. Have a good. Hope you're having a good day. I have a couple questions on the Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing. First of all, why the left is obsessed with her? It's not as if she's the most liberal member of the court. But second of all, and regarding that tweet, I think the most adjective I would use most to describe that tweet is sad. That somebody who would be able to have the power to give up their life to someone else and not choose a family member or a loved one to give it to, but give it to a person who they don't even know, a stranger, is profoundly sad.
Well, you can look at it as profoundly sad. You can look at it as profoundly silly and profoundly stupid. What he's talking about, and let me find it. Roger Simon, a well-known left-wing journalist. Here it is. Thank you, Saul. I'm going to answer your questions here very quickly before we go to the break. Roger Simon tweeted, this will be last night around 8:35 p.m., if it were possible, would you subtract one day off your life and add it to the Ruth Bader Ginsburg life for one extra day of good health? If just 10,000 people did this, it would add 27 productive years to her life. So if 10,000 liberals would volunteer to die a day earlier than they are scheduled to, whatever that is, and somehow that day of their life could then be transferred to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she would live an additional 27 years. And so the tweet is, if you could do this, would you? Would you give up a day of your meaningless, rudderless, pathetic, and irrelevant life so that one of the giants of American liberalism could live your day? Because you living it doesn't help anybody. You living one day of your life doesn't advance anything. You're a pathetic loser. Would you give up one day of your life in health to her? Silly? Dangerous? Again, I ask, who is it that thinks this way? Leftist weirdos think this way. This is pure make-believe. This is pure fantasy. And for what? I mean, what is even the point here? Oh, yes, I would find 10,000 people say they would do it. What have you accomplished? What have you done? So the next question, what explains the obsession with Ruth Bader Ginsburg? It's a good question because she's only one of 4 liberals on the court. You have Breyer, you have Sotomayor, you have Kagan, and you have Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg. Am I leaving someone? No, that's it. Maybe if you want to throw the Chief Justice in there because he now fancies himself the Kennedy swing vote. But those other 3, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Breyer, are not sick. There's no danger that they might be leaving the court. No imminent, no apparent danger, no opportunity for Trump to nominate another Kavanaugh type. But with Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg, why, the unspeakable and the unacceptable may be on the verge, and that is Trump getting another chance to nominate one of his judges. So that's why they have this. There's more to it than that, but that's basically the explanation for this. And it's really not so much about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It's about maintaining abortion as constitutional. It's about a paranoia related to that, coupled with the fevered hatred they have for Donald Trump. Quick time out here, folks. We'll be back and continue in mere moments. Okay, we have some more detail here. Pompeo is over in Jordan, and he is meeting the King of Jordan, King Abdullah. And it was while speaking to King Abdullah that Mike Pompeo said, I saw an early version of the president's speech tonight, and then he chuckled. He said he's going to make a lot of news. The truth about this is that you have Lockhart saying, we need to fact check this while it's happening. Trump's lying, he's creating chaos, and David Gregory said, we're doing it. We're going to fact check it all during. They're scared to death, folks, because they do not hold the factual or moral ground when it comes to what's going on at the border. They know damn well that what's happening at the border is illegal, is unconscionable, it is devastating to the country. It's why they support it. They know damn well that Trump has every fact on his side. They are scared to death that Trump is going to persuade an increasing number of Americans of what's going on. We already have polling data. Only 7% of Americans think that what's happening with illegal immigration at the southern border is not a problem. 93% do, including 88% of Americans. The truth of the matter is the Democrat Party and the media are scared to death of what Trump is going to say tonight. That's why they're ballyhooing the response by Chuck and Nancy. Trump has the facts on his side. They have heard what Trump says about the border. It has been a staple at every Trump rally, and it generates standing ovations. It is filled with patriotism, the desire to maintain and protect America, make America great again, all of that. Is designed to protect the law-abiding in this country from people who are wantonly breaking the law, getting in, and then committing numerous crimes, including murder. There is no way the president does not have the moral and factual high ground on this. They have been dreading that he would do a national address on this, and now it's coming, and now they're doing everything they can to distort it and destroy it before it's even given, and will do so while it's being given. And surpassing all audience expectations every day, Rush Limbaugh, America's real anchorman. You can depend on it. You can count on it day in and day out. 800-282-2882. Here are the stats on the rapes and immigration. We had a caller say that 1/3 of women face rape on their way to the southern border. That means somebody's raping them. Are they being admitted into the country, or the Democrats sponsoring rapists? I mean, that'd be the natural progression or conclusion you would draw. Back on January 2nd, so 6 days ago, Kevin McCarthy, Republican member, House of Representatives, claimed that 33% of women in the caravans, in migrant caravans, are raped and treated violently. He's the House Majority Leader. He declined to answer a question on how Mexico will pay for Trump's border wall. He claimed instead that 1/3 of women in the migrant caravans have been raped or violently treated. Didn't say by who. So that's open to interpretation. Now, you can look at that stat and you can have a number of different reactions to it. Okay, one reaction would be, well, then don't show up. Stay in El Salvador, Guatemala, or whatever. The other way of looking, my gosh, they're being raped on the way. We got to let them in. Oh, my God, open the border. We got to go down there. We got to help them get in, which would be the reaction that the left would have. The New Republic, a so-called journal of liberal opinion, back on October 23rd last year, claimed that an estimated 8 in 10, or 80% of migrant women and girls, are raped. While traveling through Mexico, many reportedly bring birth control as a precaution. The New Republic was citing figures from the UK Guardian report from a year earlier, October 5th, 2017, in which they reported rapes. 80% of the women and girls who cross Mexico to get to the U.S. border are raped on the way. The situation is so common, the UK Guardian says, that most of them take contraceptive precautions as they begin. I think I get this now. It's so bad. It is so dangerous that 80% of women and young girls are raped, and they still come. How can we say no? Despite the fact that they know they're going to be raped, and they're going to be abused, and they're going to be mistreated, they still come. How can we keep them? I see why these numbers are being used now. 8 out of 10, that's a big number. Even 1/3 is a big number. But why in the world would we want any part of it? You see, we wouldn't. The play is for sympathy. How can we keep them out? How can we continue to subject them to this kind of inhumane treatment by closing our border? It's just not right. And since that's probably the play, then I would raise my hand as one of the first to just disavow these numbers. 80%. It's so common. They begin the journey with contraceptives. Where do they get those? Now, wait a minute. We're talking about Guatemala, El Salvador. Where do they get those? Is Planned Parenthood down there passing this stuff out as they hit the starting line for the caravans? Anyway, back to the phones. This is Tom in Columbus, Ohio. You're next. Great to have you, sir. Hi.
Hello, Rush. You had mentioned earlier states are great test models for the rest of the country. California has the most formidable border in the country, mostly protected by a wall, also fencing and patrolling agents, etc. So my question is, why does Nancy think the rest of the country is racist for wanting what California has? And in the spirit of Ronald Reagan, Miss Pelosi, tear down that wall.
I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage here because I've not heard that California has one of the best walls in the history of walls.
They have the most formidable protection of the border.
Well, then they're not using it because California has been lost because of this.
Well, they're a sanctuary state and they ignore federal laws.
Exactly.
But for some reason, they don't open their border, which they could do. They're all Democratic controlled, House, Senate, governors everywhere.
Well,
so
if they're not opening the border, how have they been flooded?
They've been flooded by people coming in from other areas and migrating to mostly Texas, Arizona, and then going to California. But look at the border walls along California, and you can see where California has the most formidable border in our country. So why do they have a wall? If they think the rest of the country is racist and immoral for having a wall,
no, it's a good.
California
wait a second, it's a good question. Why do they have a wall if they will end up accepting illegal immigrants in the numbers they accept them wherever they come from? Okay, so the wall that you say exists there keeps them from crossing the border in Tijuana and elsewhere, so they go to Arizona or Texas and come in that way. And
correct,
they don't mind them coming in.
Get the protection, right? And they love their wall. They patrol it. They pay for it. All those things. They just don't want anybody else to have one.
Well, but there's so many sanctuary cities in that state that they are welcoming. You're the first person I've heard praise the California wall as something formidable.
It's the most formidable border of any state in our country, and you can Google along the protection. Look at the wall. Look at pictures of the wall. You can see them at the ocean where the wall starts, lining up along the gates and walls. They burrow under the wall there.
They burrow under it.
Correct. They've caught people from the migrant, about 20 people who tried to burrow under the wall along the coast there.
Well, see, that's another reason not to build a wall, because you can't build it deep enough.
Well, I guess that's one opinion. It seems to be working well for California. They don't want anybody else to have.
That's not my point. No, it isn't working. California is what it is because of illegal. The reason there's no Republican Party in that state anymore. California is. We were talking about state laboratories. California is what the country is headed for. One party rule, total socialist state, a middle class evaporating. All you're going to have is uber wealthy living in a few enclaves and their slave employees living everywhere else. California is already dichotomized this way. And it's gotten to the point where most of the people, like in San Francisco, parts of Los Angeles, cannot live where they work. And that, by the way, isn't new. When I lived in Sacramento in the late 1980s, it's a 90-minute drive, give or take, during rush hour. You wouldn't believe the number of people I met who worked in San Francisco, lived in Sacramento or Sacramento suburbia, simply because they couldn't afford to live or didn't want to, one of the two. But the point is, California is not keeping illegal immigrants out of the state. Illegal immigrants are getting into the state, so you can say they've got this formidable wall, but they're not preventing people, illegals, from getting into it. They are welcoming them. Ads are run, how to get on food stamps, how to use emergency rooms, those ads run on the Mexico side of the border as well. Anyway, I appreciate the call. Let me squeeze one more in before we have to go. Ed in Las Vegas, the future home of the Oakland Raiders. Great to have you with us. Hi.
Thanks, Rush. It's great to be on your show, and I thank you for taking my call. And my question is they talk about immigration from years ago, and from my understanding that in order for these people to come from other countries to come into our country, they had to have a sponsor, they had to have jobs, they couldn't be sick, and, all these things that went along with the immigration, and if any of those didn't fit, you weren't allowed into the country. And that's my question. Is that law no longer there in the immigration section, or does it still apply?
Well, when it comes to sponsors, I think that there has been some sponsorship, certain aspects, but that's not been when you talk about the health of people attempting to get into the country, that would require us to go back and look at Ellis Island, which is where hundreds of thousands of immigrants legally entered the United States. Ellis Island, by the way, is not the island on which is built the Statue of Liberty. People confuse the two, but it's not. They're close, but it's not the same place. And you can tour Ellis Island. You can take a ferry out there. You can drive to it, actually, strangely enough. But I know this because I have delivered speeches there. But it's one of the things happening at the southern border. At Ellis Island, if you had any kind of a disease, even if you had a bad cold, if you had anything communicable, you were not let in. You were not permitted in. That reason, we had leaders and we had a population with good sense, and that good sense had not been beaten out of them yet by leftists. And so back then, the population of the country was not going to be subjected to any communicable diseases being permitted into the country. It was considered everything about immigration, and back in those days, was for the benefit of the United States of America. That was the purpose of it. And people who made it in had to demonstrate that they wanted to be Americans. They had to demonstrate love for country. Trump talks about this all the time, and he's exactly right about it. This is the kind of thing that people don't know. They certainly haven't been taught it, and they don't want Trump talking about these things in something like a national address tonight. But it was restrictive as it could be on the premise that nobody deserved to get in. Nobody was owed a living or life in the United States. Now, we realize the importance of immigration, melting pot, all that stuff. But all of the requirements for immigration were based on whether or not it was going to benefit the United States. That's not at all the judgment that's being used today. Whether or not it helps the United States is irrelevant. In fact, many of the people who believe in illegal immigration do so because of their belief the United States is immoral and unjust and deserves whatever gets in because we've caused all this suffering and this misery around the world, and we should not be able to build walls or other limits to protect ourselves from it. We have been founded in injustice and racism and bigotry, and we are responsible for most of the suffering and misery in the world. And therefore, we deserve to see what we have caused, and we owe it to these people to be admitted into our country. Whether or not it helps the United States is not even a factor to the open borders crowd. In fact, it's worse than that. If it will harm this country, then bring them in, because that's what needs to happen. The United States still has not paid the price for all of the suffering and misery and racism and bigotry that was present at its founding. And so now, what's the practical result of this? I have a story here from the Washington Times. Right here, my formerly nicotine-stained fingers. Tuberculosis, flu, infections rampant as the number of sick migrants surge at the border. Border authorities are referring 50 people a day for urgent medical care, including tuberculosis, flu, and even pregnant women about to give birth. The top official said yesterday, saying it's unlike anything they've ever seen before. Most of those in need are children, and a staggering 28% are under the age of 5, having been dragged along for the trip by parents who in many cases are hoping to use the kids as a shield against speedy deportation. This would have never been, it would have never happened during the salad days of legal immigration. And I hope this is something Trump mentions tonight as he defines and explains the crisis that is occurring at our southern border. Back after this. Hey, listen to this. This is Democrat Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey, and this is his idea for President Trump's address to the nation tonight.
The president's address should also come with a warning to viewers. And that warning is the comments you are about to hear are not based on fact and are likely to include misinformation, blatant lies, and fear-mongering.
Well, why, Bob? Because CNN's already going to be fixing all that. They're going to run instant fact check. Now, you're going to clutter up the screen here to the point nobody's going to be able to read anything. You're going to have too much up there. You're going to have all these Trump warnings. This is another idea that I'm telling you they're stealing from us here at the EIB. We've done all of this and more on Rush Limbaugh, the television show. We can find it in the archives at rushlimbaugh.com. You can see the episodes where we have suggested signs that people... Now, this is back, the internet digital stuff has not yet become widespread. You had to make analog signs and tape them to your TV screens, but we suggested, during Clinton's States of the Union or any other type speeches that leftists were making. These people, I'll tell you what, I actually think, I've thought this for a while and I've been wrong. Or have I? It may be too soon to say. I really think, despite the elections last year, the midterms, I think these people are in the process of imploding. I think the Democrat Party still has nothing but their hatred for Trump. They don't have anything saleable to a majority of the American people. The reasons they won the midterms are undeniable. I mean, and more people in this country have become deranged leftists at the same time. But the things the Democrats are doing are not things upon which a strong foundation is built. And we may be too close to it to see it's affecting us, and it's nothing imminent. But I think they're in the process of self-destructing, just on the basis of the immorality alone
of what they've become and how it's worsening. But like with the Soviet Union, it took time, and they needed to be nudged. And we got to take a break. We'll be back with more after this.
The courage to fight.
Fastest 3 hours in media. 2 of them are already in the history books, as documented at rushlimbaugh.com. Back with our last one right after Rush Limbaugh program on the one and only Excellence in Broadcasting Network. Well over 600 classic great radio stations in the country, bringing this broadcast to you coast to coast. Our telephone number, if you want to be on the program, is 800-282-2882. If you want to send an email, the address is lrushbo@eibnet.us. TheHill.com, there's a poll. Only diehard Trump fans oppose a compromise on border wall shutdown dispute. This reminds me, we got to go back on the audio soundbite. You need to go back and grab, let's see here, number 3 and number 4. I think they may be applicable. Have them standing by. Aside from that, we will pick up number 10. President Trump has said that shutting down the federal government in support of his demand for a southern border wall is a total winner for him politically. But according to a new poll, the only people who oppose compromise on the issue are his strongest backers. Okay, compromise. What has compromise always been in Washington? And I say this with no exaggeration, no hyperbole, just straight up fact. Compromise has always been Republicans caving. Compromise has always been Republicans giving up, which can then be reported as such. Republicans have caved, realizing that they held a losing hand. Republicans have caved after pouncing originally, realizing that they were holding an untenable position, or some such BS way of reporting it. The fact of the matter is, 93% of the American people think that open borders and illegal immigration is a serious problem. So now you go from that poll. This is a Hill-Harris-X poll. 70% of registered voters, they say, said they want Trump and Congress to reach some sort of compromise, compared to just 30% who say sticking to principles is more important than ending the partial shut. We get this every shutdown. We get this whether there's a shutdown or not. We always get a poll. The American people want Republicans and Democrats to work together. The American people want compromise. The American people want people reaching across the aisle and shaking hands and cooperating with it. Blah, 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 blah. BS. It is yet part of the concerted effort to weaken the resolve, not just of Trump, but of his supporters as well. And it happens whatever the issue is. In this case, it's a wall or immigration, whether it was a budget deal, I don't care what it was. There's always a poll on the eve of some major event happening or being negotiated. We get commentators, we got pollsters, and everybody saying they want compromise on political issues. Okay, so let's, again, the way I always dealt with this, pick your subject and then say, where's the middle ground? Where is anything that we have in common on it? Take abortion. What do we have in common on it? Not much. What do we have in common here on the wall? Where's the middle ground between the Democrats and Trump on the wall? The Democrat starting point is zero money for the wall. Trump, $5.7 billion. Trump says, okay, if you're not going to give me that, then I'm just going to get it somewhere else. I'm going to declare a national emergency. I'm going to have a military building. Where's the compromise here? They're not talking about compromise. Once again, they're talking about Republicans caving. That is the whole point of this poll. It's the whole point of the story. is to apply pressure. The only way out now for Republicans is to cave, to realize the mistake that they've made and try to get out of it as quickly as possible to limit the damage. And it always involves Republicans caving on principle. How do you compromise on principle? How do you take a little of your principle and throw the rest away? With the Democrats, it's not nearly as tough a question because they're not guided by principle. In most cases, they're guided by political victory. Now we got the Pope. The Pope is weighing in too. Pope Francis has compared today's emergence of populist and nationalist movements to the days of Nazi Germany in an address to a group of diplomats accredited to the Holy See yesterday. The upcoming year will mark the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the League of Nations, the Pope said, which represented the beginning of modern multilateral diplomacy by which states try to remove mutual relations from the logic of oppression that leads to war. What? The League of Nations died, and it was replaced by the United Nations. The Pope went on to put forward his belief that globalist organizations are key to the maintenance of peace and international stability. Yeah, we can't return power to ordinary people, whatever. And here comes Pope Francis joining the side of people who do not believe that returning power to ordinary people is just and is proper, and instead that power should be overridden, superseded, taken away from ordinary people and given to globalist governments. I mean, they're everywhere. They literally are out there everywhere attacking and doing what they can to destroy what is seen as the common sense center. I really think that's what's got everybody all exercised tonight about this national address. Here's the thing about this. If Trump really is the buffoon and the idiot that they say he is, and if he's really so factually incorrect, then why not get out of the way and let him make a fool of himself? I mean, that's the old standard. If you're in an argument with a fool, don't join it, because after a while, nobody's going to be able to tell who's the fool and who isn't. Somebody's in the business of destroying themselves. Get out of the way and let it happen. Do not join in and end up destroyed yourself. So we've had soundbite after soundbite, news story after news story. Trump is a lying sack of you-know-what. He's factually incorrect, that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's dangerously incompetent. He's stupid, uninformed, and he's going to be lying through his teeth because all Trump wants is chaos. If Trump is that bad, then put it on display. There should not have been even any delay in deciding whether or not to televise this nationally. If Trump wants to go be a buffoon on TV, shouldn't these people be happy about it? Shouldn't they be eager to stand aside and let it happen and then just point it all out when it's over? No. What are they doing? They are instead promising to distort this thing from the moment it begins. They're scared to death of what Trump's going to say. They're scared to death of what Trump is going to propose, and they're scared to death of what Trump is going to do. And they must be really worried that Trump is going to end up being highly persuasive. Because everything they've announced that they're going to do is designed to destroy the ability of Trump to get his message out. Why, if they're so cocksure that it is destructive and wrong and embarrassing, why wouldn't they want to let Trump do this self-destruct? These people are really worried about this, and they've actually carved out for themselves an indefensible position. They are somehow have to defend and promote the concept
of no border controls. They have to somehow come up with ways to promote the idea that anybody wanting in the country should be let in. That somehow the United States owes it to the world to let anybody in the country who wants to come in. And it's unjust and immoral for us to say no. They've got to somehow come up with a way to promote this in such a way that a majority of Americans are going to end up supporting them on it. When they start with 2 strikes against them, 93% of the American people say illegal immigration, southern border, all of that, big problem. If they had the American people on their side, if everything about this tonight was a guaranteed win for them, and all that had to happen was for Trump to make a speech, why not get out of the way and let it happen? And then pick up the pieces and say, see, we told you this guy's unqualified. We told you this guy's dangerous. We told you he's a buffoon. We told you he's stupid. We told you he's unsophisticated. We told you he doesn't know what he's talking about. They can do all this in their response with Chuck and Nancy, go out and explain why Trump poses a great threat and then make the case for open borders. Because that's what they're effectively giving themselves. That's the position they're taking here. If they're going to oppose Trump on border security and on a wall, hang on, my watch thinks that I have fallen. No, I didn't fall, and I'm okay. I get wildly gesticulative here as I get impassioned and am making points. And sometimes when I pound the table with the wrist wearing the watch thinks that I have taken a dive. I mean, it's good that it does this. It's good that it gives you the opportunity to say, nope, I'm fine, didn't fall. Leave me alone. Anyway, I think it's rather obvious here that rather than a winning hand they've been dealt, they are worried to death about this. And I think this promise of theirs to fact check it as it goes and to correct Trump's mistakes as it goes with all these graphics on TV, I think they are hell-bent on disrupting this. Their objective is to make sure that Trump's message does not get out, that it does not appear coherent or cohesive. They must be scared to death of this. As I'm just telling you from practical experience, when somebody is making your case for you about how incompetent or foolish they are, it's a golden opportunity when they're going to demonstrate it themselves, and you don't have to tell anybody. They just say, watch. And that's all they would have to do tonight. But they can't allow that. They simply cannot permit. Now, there may be another factor, and that is that Trump just so offends their sensibilities about proper behavior in the swamp. But I don't think that's the big reason why they are so panicked. And you can't escape that that's what they are. They are panicked, and they are paranoid, and they're scared to death about this. They've even ginned up this debate over whether or not Trump has the power to declare a national emergency. And this is not even arguable. I mentioned this in the first hour of today's busy broadcast. The National Emergencies Act, 1976, an act of Congress in the post-Watergate era. And the reason that's important, this act gives the president powers that I'm sure many of you don't know that he has. The President of the United States can seize property if he wants. In fact, you'd be amazed to learn what Abraham Lincoln did in World War II to maintain the unity of the nation. You would be shocked and stunned at the people Civil War, people he fired, the individual liberties he suspended, including habeas corpus. You'd be shocked. And the Executive Emergencies Act was passed by Congress because they were very, very certain that the Democrats were going to be holding the White House, the Oval Office, for quite a long time after Nixon and Watergate. And so they empowered the executive branch with the National Emergencies Act. He can confiscate private businesses if he wants. All he has to do is declare it a national emergency. He can go out and confiscate Planned Parenthood if he wanted to. He could confiscate Apple until they start making iPhones in America. Oh, they would raise Cain. I mean, no question about it. But when you look at the border, immigration already established as a federal government issue, federal government prerogative, national emergency, border is wide open, unprotected. They want to get into some academic discussion about it just for the fun of showing people how smart they are, fine, but there's nothing that says he can't do it. I mean, even a couple of guys in USA Today in an op-ed have written that he can. President Trump could declare a national emergency, but would that get him money for a wall? Presidents have the power to defend the country. And this National Emergencies Act is pretty broad and pretty encompassing. Does the president have the authority to declare a national emergency and direct resources to the border? Yep. And Trump can certainly test it, said Kim Lane Shepley, a professor at Princeton University's Center for Human Values. Can you get a major in that? I wonder, Princeton, a major in human values, a major in human rights, a major in civil rights. The National Emergencies Act allows him to declare a state of emergency without approval from anyone else, but then, after he does that, he has to stay within congressionally delegated emergency powers, which are specified in, again, the 1976 National Emergencies Act. Let me take a brief time out here. We will continue right after this. Don't go in a solution that has nothing to do with exercise or diet. It has everything to do with the computer, your computer, the devices that you rely on every day. This year, here's the resolution. You are going to back up all of that precious data. You are going to improve your tech life and back up your data with iDrive, the company that makes all of this so easy to do and so economic. Use my name at check piece at conservativereview.com that explains the Executive Powers Act of Emergency Powers Act 1976. Daniel Horowitz has written. It's a really great piece. So we will link to it at rushlimbaugh.com to facilitate your finding it. Back to the phones. This is Joe in Denver. Joe, I'm glad you waited, sir. It's great to have you here with us. Hi.
Rush. Hey, Rush. Happy New Year to you.
Same to you, sir.
Looking forward to 2020. How do you feel that us conservatives can help our independent friends not be influenced by the deluge of negativity that seems to be happening day to day on not only your CNNs and your MSNBCs, but your New York Times, Washington Post, the three majors? My concern is that, true or not, all of this negativity is going to weigh on the minds of those independent voters that we need so badly in 2020.
It could very well be. I mean, I addressed... first thing, the direct answer to your question is, I've been trying to answer this for 30 years. How do we keep people from being affected by the lies of the mainstream? I don't care whether they're independents, Martians, Californians. How do we do it? You know, it's been an ongoing challenge. And even as the overall size of conservative media has risen, I'll give you an example. There's a story today on Drudge. It's actually a link from a great site called Campus Reform. And what they do, they go to college campuses and illustrate the abject ignorance of college students. What they did today, or recently, they went to a bunch of campuses. I think it was one campus. It's always a liberal campus. And they started reading students quotes, they said, from Donald Trump about immigration. And they got the students' reactions. And the reactions were, that's jingoistic, that's racist, that's bigoted, that's hate, that's crazy. And then the campus reform guy said, I'm sorry, Trump didn't say those things. Those were said by Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the students are unfazed. They don't change their minds at all. They still hate Trump, even after learning they have been lied to about what they were just told. Now, what will you do in a circumstance like that? Now, admittedly, these are college kids, young skulls full of mush, but even after having been proved that they were lied to, that Trump did not say those things, it didn't change their opinion of Trump at all. So what would you do?
Yeah, well, all I can say is, they are full of mush, and thank God for you and Hannity and the Young America's Foundation, because I've seen those man on the street where they go up and they ask the person a question and they, Donald Trump said it, that's a bunch of garbage, he's a racist liar. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a Bernie Sanders idea. Oh, silence.
Oh, yeah, he was, in fact,
I think that we just have to.
Bernie was one of the people who'd said something outrageous. And by the way, all of these quotes were about support for a wall. Obama has offered support for a wall. Hillary Clinton has said that she would support it and would vote for it. Bernie Sanders ditto. It was all about a wall to control illegal immigration. And these students, when they thought Trump said these things, were just, it was amazing how ignorant they are. And their responses were purely 100% cliched. He's a racist. He's a bigot. He's stupid. He's dangerous. Why, I can't believe the inhumanity. And then the guy said, I'm sorry. Trump never said any of those things. This was said by Obama. Oh, really? Really? Well, Trump's still a creep. And Hillary Clinton said, oh, really? Well, I still hate Trump. He's still a danger. So, look, the question comes back to something that I addressed yesterday, what this year is going to be, what it's going to hold. And there is the possibility that it's going to be devastating. It's going to be frustrating as it can be. Because the one thing that isn't going to change, the left isn't going to soften. They're not going to dial it back. They're not going to be able to help themselves. There's going to be, the only thing the House of Representatives is going to do is investigate. And this little bit tonight with Trump's speech, this is just a little microcosm of what they're going to be doing to Trump on a daily basis. I mean, they've proposed a new piece of legislation to require presidential candidates to reveal the last 10 years of their income tax returns, purely because Trump hasn't. It's voluntary. There's no law requiring it. Trump has told them to go pound sand. Trump's voters don't care. But they think there's information in his tax returns which would cause people to want him impeached, or that would prove Russian collusion or some such insane thing. Okay, well, if you do that, then what the Republican response should have automatically been to this. And of course, there wasn't any. Hey, Nancy, let's see yours. You just said that you have co-equality in terms of power with the president because you're on the succession list. You're at the top of it. So let's see your tax returns, babe. There's not a single Republican that reacted that way. But that ought to be the response. Hey, you want to see Trump's tax returns or any other Republican presidential candidate for president's tax? Where are yours? You keep touting that you're just 2 seats away from the presidency. But they're going to be investigating his tax returns. Adam Schiff's not going to be able to control himself. And so the impact of this on people, how's it going to affect you? Is it going to depress you? Going to make you mad? Going to keep you fired up? Is it going to make you feel like we can't beat him? Because I guarantee you that's going to be the atmospherics of all of this. The media is going to make it look like the Democrats are unbeatable and that nobody can survive what they have planned for Trump. Trump remains, as I said yesterday, a one-man show. It's Donald Trump against the media, Donald Trump against the Democrat Party. I don't mean, look, there's some Republicans in Congress and governors that are supportive of Trump, don't misunderstand, but in terms of actually joining the battle and getting involved in it day after day and pushing back, he's pretty much the team.
So this year, we know it's going to be filled with Democrat attempts to get him out of office, either by way of the election in 2020 or by way of impeachment or by way of resignation or by way of shame. That is going to be the objective. The objective remains overturning the 2016 results and somehow, and I'm not exaggerating, somehow getting Hillary Clinton or somebody like her back in there. That's the fact that Pence is up next. It just means he's the next one that's going to be targeted and destroyed. The effort is to erase the 2016 result, however long it takes. Now, are they going to be persuading Americans that it's the right thing to do? Are they going to be increasing their support as they do this? Are they going to be doing the opposite? Are they going to be ginning up such opposition? Are there going to end up being people that voted for Democrats who had no idea this is what they had in mind and are going to be repulsed by it? We don't know. Every day is going to bring its own surprises, along with the things that are very predictable. But it's going to be, I think, a challenging year in this regard. And they're going to continue forward on their march to literally overturn our society, our culture. They are going to do what they can to obliterate morality. They're going to do what they can to obliterate the concept that men are men and women are women. They're going to obliterate every societal norm that has sustained this country since our founding. They are going to be attacking these things day in and day out. And not just in Washington, but throughout and across the country. They're going to be doing it at the national level. They're going to do it state level, local level. They're going to continue to bombard bakeries and photographic shops that will not service transgender weddings or gay weddings or receptions or whatever. These kinds of things are going to continue. There will be ongoing harassment of conservative and Republican citizens that aren't doing anything to anybody. They're going to continue to do whatever they can to intimidate all who are opposed to them, to silence and basically shutting them up. They're going to be doing everything they can to intimidate their opposition into giving up. And I want to remind you, I touched on this yesterday. There's a little bit more news about it. Remember this dry Alabama result that we had yesterday? There was, I think, some pretty big news made yesterday that has not even been repeated, that was revealed on this program. What happened was Reid Hoffman, a tech Silicon Valley gazillionaire who co-founded LinkedIn, contributed $100,000 or more to an operation run against Roy Moore in Alabama, the special election there against Doug Jones, the Democrat. They engaged in an operation made to look like the Russians were meddling and tampering in the election. It was a Democrat leftist-run plot that was made to look like the Russians did it. It was a test as much as anything else. It was an effort to use Facebook and Twitter and bots to make it look like the Russians were tampering the election, meddling in the election to elect Doug Jones, to gin up all kinds of to help Roy Moore and to gin up opposition to Roy Moore. And it featured lies about Moore and lies about Doug Jones, both good and bad. But the point is, it was exactly the kind of operation they say that Trump and the Russians cooperated in to defeat Hillary. Now, here are these people actually running one of these operations made to look like Russians. Who's to say that all of this Russian meddling from the get-go hasn't been run by Democrats? Right out of the DNC, right out of the Hillary campaign. And one of the prominent people in this organization running this op was one of the strategists running the Stop Rush movement, the harassment of advertisers.
creating bots and flooding advertisers' emails with lying, stinking emails about things I was saying that I hadn't said, trying to harm and damage the business here. And the same people were doing it against O'Reilly, Tucker Carlson, Hannity over at Fox. Same guy running that operation was involved in the dry Alabama thing. The Democrats are thick as thieves in this. And this kind of stuff is going to be happening throughout. So the irony here is that while we've had the last year and a half of our lives torn apart by an investigation of whether or not the Russians meddled and somehow cheated and arranged Trump getting elected, when in fact the Democrats are the ones running these operations right out of the Hillary Clinton campaign, the Democrat National Committee. And the reaction in the drive-by media? Nothing. Matt Osborne is the guy who ran this operation, instrumental in it, as well as the Stop Rush movement. And conservative media is not even picking this up and running with it. It's just standing out there all alone. Dry Alabama. Tech, Silicon Valley, LinkedIn co-founder, the money behind the operation. Quick timeout, my friends. Back with much more right after this.
Doing the work.
Right on, man. That's some groovy tunage right there. Come on. Give me my chat back, you motherfucker, you. Almost. It looks like it's doing something. Come on. You're going to dose a bit? Gonna have some LSD? Yeah, I'm going to go in the basement. I'm going to dose a bit. The walls are painted cool down there. I got black lights and shit. And a lava lamp. I go down there when I want to play old Journey albums. Hey, what's up, Styrian? Styrian Boltagon. The oddest name I have yet. Well, not the oddest, but one of the top strangest names I've come across on the internet. Kudos on that, by the way. Very, very unique. Yeah, come on. Now the thing is just giving me shit. He's like, nerd. Mister. Holy hell. I just don't know what the hell's going on here. Everything is just kind of like, everything is just frozen up. There we go. Oh, we're moving again. Holy shit. I don't know what the hell was wrong. It was just like all gummed up. Like it had been jammed way too much information. Like that was Thanksgiving turkey dinner eating level information. It was all jammed up, son bitch. Live stream offline. No, I'm not offline. I'm online. I'm still streaming. Alright. Yeah, no shit. So anyway, now we're back just in time for me to play the outro. What you think about that, Tanya?
My way back, gotta find my swampy home. Gotta find my way back, back to the swamp where I belong. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Gotta find my way back, gotta find my Louisiana home. Gotta find my way back, way down south where I belong. Been 10 years in prison. Mama, I'm coming home. Where the bodies in the swamp were hidden. Mama, I'm coming home. No, I took the money and I hid it good. No, I took the money, buried it deep out in them woods. 10 years in prison. Mama, I'm coming home. Where the bodies in the swamp are hidden. Mama, I'm coming home. Gotta find my way back. Gotta find my swampy home. Gotta find my way back. Deep in the swamp where I belong. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Been gone such a long time. Mama, I'm coming home. Oh yeah. Get that crawfish pie ready, Mama. And that gilly gumbo. You don't know what I've been eating.
All right, folks. Y'all be good, and if you can't, at least try to be good at it. We'll see y'all tomorrow.